Welcome back, guys, to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are in Unity 6.0. The version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. We have been working on the narrative last stream. I think it was an 8-hour stream, I can't quite remember. It's all in there, it's all functioning. What I'll do, I'll just show you guys what we've got so far. So we go up to Dumeric. We've also got this quest journal here. When you press J, it brings up the quest journal. So let me talk to this dude. And then when you leave, the quest log's updated. And if you were to talk to him again, you get these options. So we've got the first NPC in there, and what we've got, I just need to check the graphs because this is where it's going to start to get a little bit complicated. So what I'm going to show you guys, this is the program we're using to write the narrative. So this is Ink, and it basically handles it handles all of the dialogue. Dialogue tree, that's what I'm just going to do. So this is Dumeric, all done. So Dumeric is all done. Now Mayor Beowulf is basically this one. So what we need to do, there's a few steps we need to do, and what I need to do is I need to write this down in my notepad. So oh god, this is going to be right. So Dumeric has that event trigger. And we've got the not name. So with Beowulf, he's basically going to have 5 of these event triggers for Ink. So we have the first one here, second one here, third, fourth and fifth. Now if I just go to the scene variables, we have one called Quest in Progress and one called TC. So Quest in Progress is, I mean, to be fair, oh actually no, we do need that. So what we need to do, we need to say, if we put in the event trigger for Beowulf, we would basically say, after exiting the trigger, set QIP to 1. So it'd be TC equals 0, and then QIP equals 1. Though those variable states are what will be required to use the axe. And then when the trees are felled, it will go up to TC1. So it's almost like we could actually have the 5 triggers on there and not have to hide any, because the condition for those boxes is the state of the quest. So in the event trigger, we would basically say if TC equals 0, we enable it. If TC is 1, we disable it. So right, so I just need to write down. So guys, just bear with me because this is where it gets complex. So we're going to say Maya place trigger box. Do we need a on trigger exit? Encode need to toggle box collider trigger on off based on conditions for TC and QIP. This way we can have all 5 triggers, but they will only activate depending on game state, game progress. Okay. Right, so this is where I'm not nervous. Okay, how are we going to do this? So basically the first person that you're going to help after speaking to the mayor is Eardrick. Now Eardrick's quest is going to be that the QIP equals 1. So we need to say when we exit the trigger of the first box, we're setting QIP to 1. So TC, so the scene variable TC, so QIP is quest in progress. Name TC is for task complete. So we're going to say when we exit the trigger box of Mayor Beowulf, we're going to set QIP to 1. And then the condition to use the axe is that TC equals 0 and QIP equals 1. Because on the world assets, if we go down to, I think it's stump with axe. Here's the code. So we can say on here, if we're staying in the trigger and we press E, then we'd have another if statement here to check the player's progress. So what we need to do, guys, is just before we do that, so this, right, hold on. Domric start. So if I get up in key, it's going to be Beowulf start. Jesus Christ, there is so much stuff here. Right, so if I go to Mayor Beowulf, copy trigger child, rename to NPC, make new script, make new script. What variables do we have? Object variables, panel, text box. Oh yeah, we need to do the animation as well. Isn't there one for... Where's the talking animation? Oh, got ya. Got ya. Sorry. That's going to be on this one. Yeah. Okay, right, sorry. Okay, sorry, there's quite a few things here that's going on. As you can see, we've got a lot of different prefabs, characters, lots of script. So, I'm just getting my bearings. And the radiator's kicked in and I'm sweating. It's quite hot. Right. Let me just analyze the code. So this happens. So what is that? Where is this one? Event trigger Dumrick. Okay, so one issue we've got is that because I'm doing different script graph on here, we're doing a different script graph for each trigger box. What did I call that one? UI trigger Dumrick. So we know that on the exit of that trigger, we update. On trigger, set the variable to NPC A1. Right. So if we had something to say, oh my god. Right, so this is currently in here. Scene variable that, right, okay, so what I could do is we could have something to say, because originally when I started doing these script graphs, it was going to be one script graph for every ink trigger box, but the problem is that I'm going to have multiple boxes. So if I had the mayor set the text to something and then the player happened to come back to this guy, it would override the text in a quest journal. So if I just retain this section of code here where we set the variable, and then if I have something in the player's graph that will be a custom event, and it will basically keep it will maintain the whole status of this. So what I need to do is this is so full on. Right, so we're going to do a custom event here, and we're going to call this quest journal status. Alright, so quest journal status. If we go back to Dumeric, we're going to copy that, put that in the player graph here, and we're basically going to have a flow of code. So, and essentially what will happen, oh, 1 second actually, I need to just plug this into here. Right, so what's going to happen here is this is happening on update every frame. We're doing the quest journal status, and the condition is this. So we're going to get scene variable, we're going to copy that, and we're going to set we're going to get, sorry. Okay. So basically on the first branch, where for the log, we're gonna say if NPC A variable is 1, then we will set the text to this. Okay. So that will basically, it's going to be long because it's for the whole quest line. I know it might not be ideal, but it will function and do what I need it to do. Hold on a minute, what's going on there? What? I already had one. What the fuck? When did I do that? Oh, sorry. You absolute numpty. Oh, no. Sorry. I am such a numpty. That sets... I must have done that last night. It was an 8-hour stream, guys. Right, so for Dumeric, set the scene variable to 1 and then set the quest title. I'm one step ahead of myself. So quest journal status, we can get rid of that. What a numpty. Because look, I've got it there. Quest journal status, literally the same code. I'm such a numpty. I can't believe that. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Right, have a sip of my coffee. Okay. So quest log info is custom event, and that's happening every frame. Right. So now what we need to do is copy the trigger child, rename to the NPC name, and make a new script. Update the journal on PC graph based on NPC variable status. Okay, right, so the mayor is going to have 5 trigger boxes. He's the only one, I think, that has 5. So, and what we're going to do, if I just try and run past Dumrick, because Dumrick's got a trigger box on him, right? If we go up to him, we get the dialogue. Okay, this is such a big, ambitious game, guys. Right, so we're going to copy the event trigger. Right, so let's do this step by step. So step 1, copy the trigger child, copy ink trigger child, rename to new NPC name for Bear and Wolf, mark 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, etc. And make a new script. And then the second bit is to update journal on the PC graph based on the thing, and then also in Visual Script make sure trigger is toggled inactive active based on game state, so we can have all the triggers, like, sorry, we can have the game objects active, but we disable the trigger, we turn it on and off based on the game status. And the first way to test this is to run past Dumrick first and go straight to the mayor and see if the trigger box works. If it doesn't, I mean, it should work. It's yeah. Right, so we're going to copy event trigger Dumrick. We're going to paste as child. And then if we just go back to there, so that is kind of submerged in the ground, but it works. It's on our NPC. Okay, so first step is to copy it, rename it. So this is going to be event trigger, I'm just going to call it mayor, and we're going to call this 1. I'm going to give it an underscore. There we go. Oh, so copy that. 3, 4, set in trigger inspector set narrative container variable, set the not name, and that will basically trigger, you see on the right hand side here, narrative container not name. We're basically saying target this part of the narrative within ink, and then that way Oh, we need to do the animation for the character as well. Okay. Alright, so there's basically 5 steps. Copy the trigger, rename it to the NPC's name, make a new script. On the inspector, we set the narrative container not name. We update the journal on the PC graph. In visual script, we make sure the trigger is toggled on and off based on go state, and then we set up the animation for the NPC. Sorry. Right, so event trigger the mayor. We have done that. We need to make a new script. So we remove the script machine. Remove component. And then remove component, and then we're adding, oh hold on, yeah, let's just do it now. Script machine, and we go new, and we basically rename this to UI trigger mayor. I'm not going to do Mayor Beowulf because then it'll be too long. UI trigger mayor underscore, no, I'll just do 1. UI trigger mayor 1. Save. And then if we just go on here, UI trigger Dumrick, so we'll paste that. UI trigger mayor Beowulf 1. Handles. Oh, hold on. Sets name of the NPC and handles. Trigger state. Okay, so what we need to do is if we go on this one, we're going to need to add an object variable for the panel text box. And there we go, NPC name. So object variable, so I'm going to copy that, go to the mayor, add panel text box as a game object variable, and then as you can see we've got NPC name, and that is on the canvas for the panel. So we're going to get this NPC name, so we're going to click on the mayor, and then we're going to drag NPC name over there. And what that does is whenever the player is talking to a certain NPC, we're going to display that NPC's name in the narrative pane at the top, so you know who you're talking to. This is really fun, but it's a lot of work, guys. A lot of work. Event trigger mayor. Okay, so we have copy the ink child, rename it to the new NPC, make the new script. We've done that. Oh, welcome. Thanks for following, Carl. Welcome. And woohoo to 270 followers. Right, I just also need to add variables. Honestly, guys, if I just show you, that is I'm always making notes. You see at the top there? This is so that there is no bugs and everything is just as it should be. Because what we don't want is the player going somewhere ahead of the quest's progress and jumping ahead and messing the whole thing up. So this is why I'm being so thorough with this, to make sure that everything is flowing as it should. We're putting in restrictions for the player that will toggle the NPC's triggers on and off. So I know this takes a few steps, but it needs to be done. Right, so we have done that. What I need to do is I need to copy the code from here. Now, for the first NPC, when you talk to him, he will basically set the quest title in the journal. That's his only purpose. And then what we need to do is copy this. So what this will do is it basically will set the animation of the NPC to talking when you enter the trigger, and display the name of the NPC. So we can copy this because it's generic. I feel like I want to add more steps. 1 second. Copy the name, add the variables, copy the code. Right, so we're going into the trigger for the mayor. Okay, so this is going to display his name in the box, and then we need to add in a talking animation. Don't we also need to set when we exit, that needs to be the QIP. Right, so for Beowulf, he he doesn't have the NPC A1, A2, A whatever. He's literally got the quest in progress variable. So that's how we can handle the different triggers for ink being displayed. We'll say if TC equals 1 and QIP equals 0 or 1, then we go down that branch. If it equals 1, we do that. Alright. So we've renamed that. We need to do this not. Sorry guys, give me 1 sec. Copy the ink trigger. Rename to the new NPC, make new script, add variables. Copy the script information from previous graph, and then we need to set animation up. Set animation up for NPC with talk state. And then in the visual script, do that, and then inspector for trigger, set the not name, update journal. Okay, cool. Right. So when we exit the trigger, got ya. Okay. So if we go into Dumeric, we're gonna copy this. I'm just going to add that in. So essentially we're saying when we exit the trigger of Beowulf, we're going to be setting the QIP to 1. So the scene variables, guys, on my design, we have TC0 and QIP0. TC stands for tasks completed. And there's basically 3 little mini jobs this NPC will give the player. QIP means quest in progress. So if you've not started the quest, you'll go down this branch. and then toward the end you'll do that. I just need to check in Ink that we've got a QIP. Okay. Alright, so what I need to do is I need to have... Oh my god, right. NPCB. Right, so NPCB is the second NPC, that's Beowulf. So I need to say... NPCB... 1 for the first interaction, and then if I do QIP, so the second NPC, the first interaction, because there's 5 triggers, remember, that's why I'm using the number after the letter there. We're going to say QIP equals 0. So what we now need to do is if we just copy that and paste that just there, and then we need to go down to here where we've got NPCB equals 1. We will basically say, there we go, right, so we copy that. This is where it gets set. NPC. Oh, hold on. Done right in a second. Right, here we go. I've got to be very careful with this, guys. This is very delicate. This ink. You do not want to mess anything up in here, believe me. So we've copied the variable name there. Control C. We're going to scroll down very carefully. And I don't need to have the variable at the beginning. We're just copying this portion. So we're going to go down to Mayor Beowulf and we're going to just drop it in just here. Okay, and then we're going to go to this bit as well. So the Hilda sets the variable. There we go. So what happens is by default at game start, the variable of Beowulf, first instance, QIP is 0. So when you start talking to Beowulf, if the variable is 1, it will jump to the second down here. Okay. If it's not, it will go down the first branch of code, of dialogue. At the end of that, the quest in progress is set to 1. So that's the narrative handled there. Okay. Right. Who are we in at the minute? Beowulf. Okay, so we don't need to set the quest journal. Sets quest in progress. Okay. Oh. It's going to be a long stream, guys. We're going to probably go for another 5 hours of doing this. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Yeah, I can do 5 hours more work on this. Okay. So what have we done? So we've copied the script information from the previous graph. we've got the object variable for the panel to display him. Copy the script information, set animation up for NPC with talk state. Okay. So if I click on Dummerick and go on the animator, you can see down here, we literally have one Boolean parameter, which is talking. And oh no, I need to add a thingy as well. Hold on. Add script graph to NPC for them to handle talking. What did I call that then? Just Dummerick. Okay, got ya. As you can see, there's quite a few steps here, guys. So we're going to get the animation for Mayor Beowulf. And no, not Beowulf. Beowulf. And then once we've put this in, we can test this. I'm quite excited to test this. Right, so we're going to go into the character folder for... Ooh, we need to make one for Beowulf. Oh, I thought the bloody thing froze on me then. I panicked. Right, so that is idle. So we're going to get his talking animation. Now, I do have a load of other animations, guys. But I don't have time to implement them, and to be honest, the way that it was going to work is very complicated and requires going into the C# to edit it, to be able to read the variables, and that's above my... I'm not a programmer. I can do visual scripting, but I'm not a hard-line coder. So, right, so this is, what have we called this one? Mayor Idle. So we'll call this Mayor Talk. And it needs to be on a loop, so Mayor Talk. And we need to drop it into there. And then call it Talking. And then we need a ball called isTalking, and then as we can see, going from idle to talking, no exit time is talking true, so there's no exit time on either of those. Hey Awen, welcome to the stream, bro. And thanks for the spam view, Unrealistic. Read the variables. Yeah, so the whole package we've got for Ink for uni is someone at uni writ all the code in C# to handle the Ink/Unity integration. And my lecturer sent me an email with information on how to kind of create a kind of variable within the visual script, within the C# to be able to read the tags throughout Ink, and then based on the status of that tag, it would then change the animation state of the character. It was quite a long email, and with the limited time I have left, like deadlines in 6 days, I don't think I'm going to have time to do it. I've got too many character animations, and that's not a priority. That is a polish job, and the fact I would have to go into C# to go and add in this ability, I really don't want to risk screwing anything up. At the moment, everything is functioning. We have a talking animation for all the NPCs to play a character. It's enough. All the extra animations was just a bonus. It's not required. But welcome to the stream, bro, and thanks for joining. How are you doing today, dude? Okay, so what we've done there, we've set up the animation for the NPC to talk. Now what we need to do is add a script machine to the character. And all that script does is handles their state between idle and talking. Very, very simple. Give me 1 second. Think, Mike, think, mate. Right, we need to add a script. Sorry, I went blank then. Right, give me 1 second. So if the player enters the narrative panel and it's active, we set him to talking, but we only want him to talk. I'm glad you're doing good, dude. We only want that NPC to talk if his trigger box is active. So we're going to add a game object variable and call it ink trigger 1, and we're gonna we're going to get that, and then we're gonna put that in there, and we're gonna say, is the narrative panel active, and can we do that? Okay, so we're saying there, the condition for Beowulf to be in a talking state is, hold on. Hold on a second. Is he talking? Where's the thing that sets the ball? When you enter the trigger of the Beowulf, you say he's talking, and then I was jumping ahead there. My train of thought with the other characters and the narrative panel. I don't need to add that. No, we just need that. I'm such a numpty. I do apologise, guys. So he is set to not talking if the narrative panel is not active. That's all I needed to do there. So add the script graph to the NPC to handle them talking. In Visual Script, make sure trigger is toggled inactive or active based on game state. Right. This is the bit that's important. So we do actually need the variable inc trigger _1. Right, this was important. As I say, guys, Mayor Beowulf is the biggest NPC in terms of complexity. He has 5 different instances of dialogue, okay? What we're doing, like the other NPCs aren't this complicated at all, but I'm making sure that you know, his trigger box is only active if the quest has kind of begun. Right. So, Mayor Beowulf, my pedigree chum. Sorry, not active. I'm on about the trigger within the box. So we're going to say, we'll do this as a custom event. Triggers active. Okay, and then we're going to say, is TC 0. Right, so we need to basically check and say, is TC 0. And we need to check that the first NPC is we need to get that variable. Okay, so if we go onto the event trigger, so it's the box collider. So it's the box collider set trigger. Box collider set trigger. Box collider set trigger. So we're saying we're basically saying here check, we want to check get TC and get the NPC. So the condition for the trigger on the first the condition is that TC equals 0 integer 0. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to call this trigger 1 active. I'm going to have a custom event for each trigger. So trigger 1 active, question mark. And what was it? NPC needs to equal 1. Because if we go on ink, when the player's done talking for the first time, it's 1. And we can also check that by clicking on the event trigger over here. So we set the scene variable to 1. Save the project. So, oh my god, bro. Oh, dude. Right, so we're saying, is trigger 1 active? So we need to just copy that. And the condition for the trigger to be active is that task complete is 0 and the player has talked to the first NPC. If those conditions are true, we say yes, you can talk to this NPC. If they're not, you can't. And then as we add on, update the TC variable, scene variable, which will change as the player progresses through the quest line. So when the players chop the trees and helped Eardrick, the TC will go to 1. So this line of code you're seeing in the middle there will never happen again because, well, it won't meet the status is for the Boolean gate. So in the inspector, make sure trigger is toggled, inactive, active based on game state. Done that. Inspector for the trigger, we now need to set the not name. So going on to the event trigger over here, we need to copy the not name, which is this one, NPC start 1. Update journal and PC graph based on NPC variable status. Okay. Oh. Set QIP to 1. Okay, so we need to say when the player leaves the trigger box of Beowulf, we're saying the quest is in progress. So on that basis, the condition for okay, so quest log info, if true, we do that. So now what we need to do is we then have another branch here. And what this is doing, guys, is we're basically saying like this happens every frame, right? So if that is true, we do that. I don't know if this is going to glitch out the information as if it will be toggling, like glitching between. We'll see if it works or not. So the condition for the text to be updated to the next one is that. If TC is 0, no. If TC is 0 and QIP. Okay, hold on. This is what I mean by, say, complexity of the scripts. What we're getting into is the juicy stuff. So we're saying if TC, and this needs to be QIP. So so this is the status of what's been shown in a quest journal. If TC is 0 and the quest is in progress, then we set the text. So we need to write the new text here now. Okay. I spoke with the mayor of Greyvale. He has asked me to help a villager by the name of Eardrick the Woodsman. I should find him to the southeast. And then it was NN. Okay, so now we're going to copy that and post that in there. Right, shall we test this, guys? So I haven't done the cut ink for Eardrick the Woodsman yet, but it's absolutely fine. What we're testing at the moment is that the trigger box for the mayor does not show until the player's spoken to the first NPC. So I believe in love after life. Life after love. Sorry, got the lyrics wrong there. Update journal. Right, I think everything is in place. So what we do now is we toggle off the trigger for the box collider. Because trigger 1 is only going to be active provided the player's spoken to Dumeric. Let's give this a go. So we're going to say that this isn't a trigger. Now we get to play test it, guys. So the first test, it would be really good if I had play testers just to, like, you know, be testing all these things. So at the moment, the log is off, right? If I go up to Beowulf, nothing should happen. Excellent, you see? I've noticed. Have you noticed that box? So, because I've turned the trigger off, it's now made him a solid. So maybe what I could do instead, let me just change that actually. What I might do instead, it would be much better for this event trigger to remain a trigger, because as you can see with the mayor, that capsule collider lets us get close to him, but with the event trigger being turned off as a trigger, the game object remains, but because I've turned off the trigger, it's a solid object. So if I turn that back on, and in the code, if I just say set active, instead, that would be a much better way for handling this. So if I did that, oh my god, dude. If I did that, yeah? That way we're not getting screwed over with that big square blocking us kind of getting close to him. So we'll leave the trigger state, but we're saying turn the box on or off depending on game status, quest progress. So I can now turn that. Actually, I shouldn't even need to turn that off. Because that's happening on the update, that should already let's test it. Playtesters, please. Perfect. So as you can see, the journal has nothing in. We can't jump ahead in the quest line progression. We can't do that because we've not done this. So what I'm expecting now is after we've talked to Dumrick, if I come up to this dude, I should be able to talk to him and have his dialogue. So we'll keep the quest journal up there. We're going to talk to dude. So now, if you watch the quest log, that should update after we've talked to Beowulf. Oh no! Failed to find content. What do you mean? What do you mean you failed to find the content? What do you mean you failed? It's right there. It's right there. NPC Beowulf Start 1. What the fuck do you mean you failed to find it? What the actual fuck? That is spelled correctly. What the fuck, dude? Hey, dude. Welcome to the stream. I'm smashing out the narrative at the moment. How long have you been in? Brad, I'll quickly show you. For some reason, Unity and Ink are being a dick. I'll quickly show you the combat. So I don't know how much you've seen. I'm just trying to. I don't know why Ink's not reading that not name. I'll show you the skeleton combat. pretty Dark Soulsy. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of this, dude. That's the skeleton combat. I'll quickly show you the magic casters. I don't even know if you've seen this yet. This is the magic casting area. Oh shit. You get a little bit mashed in this area, I'm not gonna lie. Fucking Jesus Christ, this area is just mad. The boss man hits more damage. I can't remember how much damage he does, but... I know, dude. I'm so proud of it. Let me just show you the dialogue as well. So I've got a quest journal here. You see the icon to the bottom right. We've also got the ability to zoom in with the mini-map with plus and minus on the number pad. So NPCs that you interact with are golden. Blue are non-interactable. And then when you press J, the icon on the bottom right highlights when you've got it open. And then this is the dialogue when you talk to a quest NPC. And then we've got a little problem with... See the bottom left there? Failed to find content at path NPC Beowulf Start 1. That's basically Ink and Unity being a dick. Because on the trigger for Dumeric, right down here, NPC Dumeric Start. That is literally right here. And I copied that and pasted it in there. And that one works. But for some reason, it's saying it can't find that, even though it is in there. And we know it works, because we can test it in here. It's going to go into the C sharp, no doubt, dude. You see it at the bottom left there? Hopefully you can read that. I think my streams are 720p because I'm not partnered. I think you're limited to a lower quality stream, but hopefully you can see that. It says failed to find content at path NPC Beowulf Start 1. No approximation of it was possible. Ink.runtime.story.error. System.string system.boolean. Use end line number at assets inc libs inc runtime story.cs2787. That I do not want to jump into the C sharp for that. What's frustrating, right, is on the right hand side for the narrative container, you can see NPC Dumeric Start as the not name, which is this bit right here that I've just highlighted. Okay? And all I've done for the second NPC is I copied this not name, and it's saying it can't find it, which is not what I need. Like, there's no typo there. It is in the thing. Use jump to not pathway name to select the narrative pathway on ink. Oh, here we go. There's some directions here, guys. Bottom right. Don't forget to add the references for this component. Use jump to not pathway name to select narrative pathway on ink. Maybe that's why. Jump to not. Use next line in dialogue after you jump to not, or on the continue button when there is no choice. So it looks like it's this bit here, the second point on directions. Use jump to not. Fuck's sake. Oh, I'm glad I spotted that. That's probably why. Because that not, so where we got the 3 equal signs either side, that's a not. And because Dumeric starts the first not, I think that's why it's struggling to find it. It's like there isn't a not with that name, but it is there. It's just the second not in the in the dialogue. So let me just oh my god, sorry about the throat, guys. Jesus. Right, let's go to the player script graph for ink. What? Well, look, it's right there. Jump to not. When you enter one of the ink triggers, we say the player character is talking. Get the event name. Get the event type. Get the event type. Get the not name. Collided object reference. I think it's this bit here. That's fine there. I'm not even using this E to initiate not. I'm just having it when you walk into the NPC, you automatically start dialogue. So I think it's this section here. Get the not name, jump to not. So where is it getting that name from? It's getting the ink event on trigger. Yeah, so get the tag. Sorry guys, music's been a dick. When you finish your first conversation, do you successfully leave the original knot? I don't think I've set that up. I think that's... leave knot. Ah, use end of sequence Boolean parameter to understand if the knot ends. Boolean parameter. I can't see any parameters on here other than the not name, automatic activation, repeatable. Where do I find that parameter then? Oh my god. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Give me one sec, guys. Use is end of sequence Boolean parameter. You use this to close the dialog window if needed. There's nothing in there about end of sequence. E to initiate not. Well, we don't do that because we're not using E. So I'm going to just mark that as red because I don't think that's needed. This happens when we leave the trigger. Up here, change according to game logic on update. Canvas reference is end of sequence. So canvas reference, scene variable. So narrative manager. Use this flag to switch between Why did I not see that earlier? What the fuck? When did that appear? I'm sure that wasn't there earlier. Oh, it's because I'm being an umpty. I was on the event triggers looking at the variables for the narrative container. So there's a tick box here. Use this flag to switch between dialogue and gameplay. I guess if we tick that on, I don't think it's the ink script. I think it's with it. This is within Unity. It's this little box here. I'm on the canvas game object, and there's a tick box. Is end of sequence. If I tick that, I'm hoping that will solve this. All right. So I've ticked that on. Let's test this. I hope it works. Welcome to the stream. So if I just go through, bypass him and check that we can't activate this one. Okay, so now if we bring up our quest journal, right, what we're hoping now, this should now work. I'm nervous. Are you fucking joking, bro? I mean, the quest log updates. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, sure thing, dude. I don't think that is it, you know. I think there's a solution around this, guys. No, that's not going to work. You on about this bit here? This curly bracket thing here, that basically says that if that variable is 1, we jump to a different knot. That's all that does. The name here, NPC underscore Beowulf underscore start underscore 1, that is the knot name. There's no reason for it not to work. When we enter the trigger and it's the ink event, get the knot name of the collided ink event. Jump to that knot. Fuck's sake, this is so frustrating, like... I'm pretty certain it will. I'm pretty certain it will, but I shouldn't have to do that. I don't want to mess around with the ink, as in move that whole line of stuff. But the problem is my game code, the trigger for the mail will only ever be active provided you've talked to Dumeric first. It's as if the C# for... Let me just read these steps again. Use jump to not pathway name to select the narrative pathway on ink. Use next line in dialogue after you jump to not. Make story choice, next line in dialogue. Oh man, I really don't want to do that, but okay. Right, give me 1 sec. I hear what you're saying, Awen. Am I using next line in dialogue? That happens in this one. I'll tell you what. Maybe. I think that error code is implying that that not doesn't exist. I don't think I should even have to edit the... Okay, we have an option here. We have an option here where I could create a separate ink file for Beowulf. And then we should be able to set that I mean, that's a way of doing this. So we basically say, in my head, this is a solution. Because for some reason, I know that at the bottom there, that error is basically saying it doesn't exist, but I know it exists. So I'm pretty certain if I was to make another... Hold on. Let me just test this, guys. I think this is going to work. I just need to see... Canvas. We've got canvas reference. Canvas reference. And then get narrative manager set variable ink JSON. Reference to text file. Okay. I'm going to try this. Right, give me 1 sec, guys. I think this is going to work. This is a real pain in the arse, but... Right. Right, so if I copy... What the fuck? Why am I not able to test that? Alright, give me 1 sec. Okay, what I've done is I've saved that one. in my copy folder. So if I just make a new folder and call this ink test, and then if I put Maya Bearnwolf in there, okay. Okay, right, so we need to target the narrative manager, and set that. Why the fuck does this? Why does this do that? I'm pretty sure that is a bug with Unity. The canvas reference is clearly the canvas, but when I drop off of this, it's saying game object event trigger Maya. But that should mirror what the variable board is saying. Like, why is it being a dick? Like, why? Why is it doing that? Oh, it's so fucking annoying. Get the same variable, canvas reference. Like, why is it doing that? Well, Unity's a twat. It clearly... Fucking hell. Oh my god. You know what? Unity can do one tonight. I do not need this tonight. We're going to add this just as a bloody object variable. Because Unity's a twat. Sorry. Absolute bellend. Better work now. No, you still want to just go through the code for the mayor? No, I do not want that. Seriously. Fucking, oh my god, mate. I can't dive into the fucking narrative manager. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I wouldn't be having this shit in the Unreal Engine, I tell you. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit frustrated. I need to target that narrative manager. You know what? You're gonna be a bastard. Let's go. Let's go. You wanna mess with me? We will do this. Let's do this. Where do I find it? Ink with Visual Script. Core asset script narrative manager. Ink JSON. going to try this and see if this will work. But no, it won't, because it's on the narrative. It's on the narrative manager, so. Oh, fucking hell. Honestly, this is ridiculous. What I'm having to do here to try and get this to work. Fucking C# in a project that we're not meant to know code for. And I'm having this bullshit. It's such bullshit. Right click and add the node. I don't even know how I'm able to do this. Like, I can't... Just give me 1 sec, guys. Like, if I'm in here... It's doing the same shit here. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? So I drag off of there. Oh, you absolute bastard. Of course. Of course. You little... Oh. Little shitbag. Little absolute shitster. Fuck's sake. Don't worry, Awen. Don't worry. It's just Unity being Unity. Oh. So in here, I can say, right, if we trigger with this box, and it's the player, set the JSON file to Maya Beowulf. And now we can see if it works. Such a pain in the ass. I'm going to have 6 different ink files. Okay, I see what the problem is here. I think it's not updating that in time for when we're talking. I think we can test that. If I was to enter it, leave and enter it again, it should work. Are you fucking serious, dude? Why has it been such a mother? Not name. NPC Bearnwolf. It's literally at the top. This is ridiculous. This is just a joke. Right, I'm looking at the bottom right there, narrative manager. Right, it's just updated to say is end of sequence. Did you notice that? When we enter it, it's not the end of sequence. When you finish it, it is. Oh. Right, give me 1 sec. Let's remove this bollocks. Put that back in there. Go into our project, assets, ink test. Get rid of that. We will close the Mayor Bearnwolf ink. I'm going to ask AI for this. Let's see if AI can save the day. Ensure that the knot is correctly saved in an ink file. So the not name is meant to have a space either side, according to that. Let's see if that makes a change. You motherfucker. Unity, you are testing my patience tonight. You are testing my patience. Right, it's saying about copy and pasting can sometimes put in characters, so I'm going to type this manually, see if that makes a change. Not that it should. This is so annoying. I'm losing time here. I'm losing dev time because of this. Sorry about this, guys. If the knot is nested inside another knot or included via external files, ensure that the inclusion and path are correct. Okay. Right, so I need to check whether start 1 appears in the compiled ink. One sec, dude. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god. I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. It's because I've saved the file. I know what the fucking problem is. I feel like a right dick. When I dragged in this ink file, that's not the up-to-date one. I am such a knob. Look. Look. I'm such a fucking idiot. Look. This is everything that's included in it. It's because when I dragged in the ink, it was at the point, whatever work I did on the ink project. So if I'm such a twat. Oh, Mike, I bet you feel like a right bellend. Yeah, I do, mate. I feel like a right fucking twat. Oh, you bellend. You're such a twat, Mike. Why would you do that? Why? I am such a fucking idiot. Such a fucking twat. Let's pretend. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Let's just pretend. Honestly. Now, it's where. Yeah, fucking hell. Oh my god. It's because I'm working on the ink project outside of the folder that is the project, the Sword and Scourge project. So I'm. Oh my fucking god, dude. I was going nuts thinking, it's me, I've fucked something. That's so. Oh my god, dude. There wasn't anything I did wrong. Well, actually, yes, it was, Mike. What are you talking about? Take accountability, mate. Take accountability for your actions. Yes, sir. Fuck's sake. Something. Oh my god. So basically, the file asset within the project wasn't the most up-to-date version of ink that included the thing. Oh, fucking hell. I feel like I just wasted an hour. Right, now it should work. Fuck yes! Yes! Fucking hell. Oh my fucking god. Fuck's sake, bro. Oh my god. Right, so basically, look, if I click on the file here, this is the JSON file, all of that code. If I click on the ink file, I can see what's in there. So the problem there was that I hadn't dragged in the narrative file and kept it up to date. I feel like such a goddamn idiot. That is so frustrating, bro, because I lost about 45 minutes of dev time there. Right, 1 second. Right, so I noticed what's happening is if I go back to Beowulf, these options disappear. Do you remember on the first one with Dumeric, we had this option remain because I had a plus. That's so annoying. Right. We need those choices to remain and not disappear. I'm going to query this with AI because AI has ink knowledge. It should be able to help me. By having the plus, it makes them sticky. Oh, that worked. Also notice right, one sec guys. And then we're going to jump on to making Eardrix code. Right, so I noticed at the end here, I'll be on my way. It then goes to exit dialogue. So basically, if we look at ink, it's this done bit. So we want to have a done. One second. Fucking hell. We need it done. Directly after that. Save that. So now, if I do the first line of dialogue with the mayor, we shouldn't get that exit dialogue nonsense. That looks horrible. No, that just fucked it. Sorry guys, I'm basically trying to analyse what point in ink, if I'm to get rid of that exit dialogue thing that just looks horrible, where it's just a big empty narrative pane. It works fine for... So we go on here. I'm working on it. So I choose that. Okay, this is a bit tricky. I'm basically looking at ink, and you can see on the bottom here, for that second time speaking to Beowulf, I'm working on it. We have the two options here, and then depending on what you do, the done is in line with the parentheses. So it's kind of like... It's like you want to have that. I don't know why that didn't work where I had the done. You know what? That's a fine-tuning thing. I mean... Again, here. I must leave. So, option, talk. But if he does that one, that's the done. Okay, so it's almost like if I did that... and then did that. I wonder if that would work. Let's test that. It's just, it looks rubbish. You know where we have that where we have exit dialogue just sitting on its own in a big empty panel. It looks crap. Really ugly. So now what I'm expecting to happen is when I speak to Dumric, sorry, the mayor, oh, for fuck's sake. Doesn't like it, does it? Oh, I know why. So you have this arrow with a hyphen and then done. So that is in between the hyphen and that. Right, let's see if that makes a difference. Joking. We don't want that extra option. Why is this one? What is different in the code on this one to this one? Is it because it's a sticky option? I shall take my leave. Let's try that option and see if it still shows. Yeah, so basically this whole section here is how I want the end of this to happen, instead of popping up with the exit dialog on its own. And you see how we've got the done after the options indented, and then it goes hyphen and then divert done. Do you think it's the hyphen? Do you think the hyphen is... If I got rid of that hyphen, let's see if that makes an option. I don't think it will. So just remember that we need to put a hyphen back in there. Line 99. Oh! Sorry, what were you saying? Maybe, right, you saying line 99. That usually points to another option. Let's just check this. What does the hyphen do in ink? Hyphen is used to separate choices within a choice list. It indicates the end of one choice and the beginning of the next. I think we can get rid of that. And that. No, keep that one in there. And then... Right, I think what I might need to do is bring this back to the left, remove the indentation. Let's test this. Dude, I'm not sure. This whole new ink thing is new to me. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to get it so that we don't get the exit dialogue because it looks shit. Right, I think I need to remove the indentation. I think that's why. Maybe if we just did done. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure, dude. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I don't have the answers. I think I know what it is. If I think it's because where I've got an option and then there's no dialogue after that. That's why. I mean, if I just added something in there at the top. Yes. I know what the problem is. I've just sorted it, I think. It's because we have an option and then there's no dialogue with it, so I've just put something in. So I'm basically putting in a final line of dialogue. If I just basically put something in there, it means that that exit dialogue isn't going to have something. It's like the player has the NPC will have the last word. So you see? So if I save that and then delete that. Report when you are finished. Huh? What are you on about? Oh, you mean like a final log? No, I've just said make haste, adventurer. You're trying to slip in dialogue, your own dialogue into the game, dude. Right, so when I say I'll go see what the problem is. Make haste, adventurer. Exit dialogue, boom. And then we'll just try to test the other option. So now we've actually got something in the box instead of it just being empty. I think that's the problem. Like, if I just quickly show you, you see my dialogue flow. The player character has the last word, and when he has the last word, because there's no other dialogue from the NPC, it means we're left with that empty panel of nothing but exit dialogue. So just putting in a line of dialogue there makes it look appropriate. So we're just going to test the second line. Yeah, okay, right, I'm happy. Right, fucking hell, let's move on from this, shall we? Jesus Christ! Right, so... Oh, hold on, sorry. Make haste, adventure. So, in his foster, just east of here. That shows perfectly. We've put in a line there. Right, I've just put a line in for Dumeric now, so we don't get that horrible empty box. So we choose I'll be on my way. And then he says, enjoy your time in Grovo, adventurer. Boom. Oh. Okay, so that is all set up then. What a headache that was, hey? At least we know some of the issues within Ink, and I feel so stupid about earlier, dude, with the that not being able to be found. That's, oh my god. That was, it just feels like stupidity. Right, we're going to check the script graph here. So when we leave that, we say QIP 0. Right, I guess we should jump on to our next NPC! Whoop whoop! Sorry, that was probably a little bit loud. I'm excited. Right, where is the axe? Wo ist der Axe? It's probably not the right word, so it's stump with axe. Stump with axe. So in here, we'd basically have an if after this one to check if TC equals 0 and QIP equals 1, then we can follow through with that code. So let's do Eardrick. I'm just going to go for a quick bio break and make another coffee. Oh, alright, we got this, we got this. Right, so guys, what we've got at the moment is we've got the first 2 NPCs. If we think of this in terms of the quest line, we have the first main part of speaking to Dumeric and then going on to the mayor. So then what we're doing is we're then gonna go on to the woodsman, and it will follow the same dialogue similar thing. It's fairly straightforward. And then we just need to make sure that we only allow the player to pick up the axe if you know, the variable conditions are met. And then, you know, once the logs felled or trees felled variable is so and so, then TC would be 1. So this is going to be quite straightforward now that we've got the main. The Maya, it was the most complex. Still is the most complex, but we got this. I'm going to smash this out. Okay. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. I've now got coffee. Check my sugars. What are they going to be? 5.1. That is very good. It's been a good day for my sugars. G, winner, chicken dinner. Okay. So, let's go, baby. Eardrick the Woodsman. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Right, the difference between this one. Okay. Sorry, when I was planning all of this dialogue, as you can see in front of you, when I was planning this, I thought, okay, I want to give the player the option to talk to the NPC even if they're not on the quest line. And that creates a slight complication in our process as you see me implement the narrative, right? This handles two separate paths. And at the end, something happens. So what I'm thinking is I'm just going to remove this option on the left-hand side that you can see. Which is here. So instead of having this, we're going to ignore this. We're not going to add that bit because then it's just another layer of complication. We're just going to go straight down. So if NPC B equals 0, and the box is only ever going to be active on that basis. So by default, he's going to be NPC B0. And this is the game state condition for the visibility of the trigger box. So let's do that. Here we go. Time to type, baby. Let's go. Why did I... I didn't give Beowulf a variable. Ugh, not Eardrock. Jesus Christ. Are you lost in these here woods, adventurer? Lost? Lost? Me? Never. I have the senses of a bloodhound and the homing instinct of a pigeon. Lost? Me? Never. I have the senses of a bloodhound and the homing instinct of a pigeon. Next choice. Mayor Beowulf sent me. He tells me you have a problem with your forestry. Third option. Are you Eardrick, the woodsman? The dialogue. The dialogue. You wait, guys. You wait. Oh my god. Right, 1 second, because the dialogue branches off. Right, I just need to check up here. So if we choose the tell me more, right, so if we choose that option, we need to indent and do the response to that. So we indent. So if I choose this option here, we indent and we say, now that you mention it, you do look a bit odd. Why are you in my woods? And then we do 1 for the next layer, option, that, and then we say, just helping the townsfolk for coin. Your trees are looking a bit worse for wear. And then after that option, we don't do anything, we just leave it, and then the hyphen will bring it back to the main branch, I believe. Right, so right, now we're going to do the funny dialogue, guys. I love what I've written here. I love what I've written here. It's so good. So, just helping a townsfolk for coin. So, under the option, are you Eardrick the Woodsman? He's going to say, well, I'm certainly not Nancy, the housemaid. Well, I'm certainly not Nancy, the housemaid now, am I? And then we do second choice. At least you have your wits about you. Got an issue with your woods, so I hear. At least you have your wits about you. Got an issue with your woods, so I hear. And then that's that one done. But then there's another option, which is with long hair like that, throw on a gown, and you could be. Oh God. Hold your tongue, fool, or my axe will be chopping more than timber. And then we do a third choice. Ha! I'd like to see you try, but let's skip the foreplay. Tell me about your trees. I love the dialogue. It's so good. So after this point, we then do a hyphen. We then do a hyphen. A hyphen there. And then we do the next dialogue, which is, you see those trees over there, the ones with the fungus and dieback. And then we do a option with the purple growths and faded leaves. And then the other option is they stand out like a sore thumb. What happened to them? And then it should go down. Oh, sorry, I didn't put a thing on that. Thank you. With the purple growths and faded leaves, they stand up like a sore thumb. What happened to them? And then I guess we do a... Why is that? Oh yeah, we'll do a hyphen. And then we do, I discovered the rock about half a moon past. Never known a fungus to grow that fast. Shortly after, the leaves lost their colour and the rot has spread. Why don't you just torch the blighted ones? Tried that already. Nearly lost my entire forest. They react fiercely to flame. Well, what about your axe then? Well, what about your axe then? The bark is as tough as iron, and I am not as strong as I once was. Barely made a scratch. The bark is as tough as iron, and I am not as strong as I once was. Barely made a scratch. Sounds like a trial of strength. Sounds like a trial of strength. Why not let me have a try? Step aside. I'll show you how it's done. Be my guest. I'll be impressed if you can manage one. You can use my axe. Why am I getting an error for that one? I guess we'd have the Oh! Wanted to do the Hilde. Oh! Hilde! NPCC is 1. And then we do a new line and oh, this is tricky. Okay. So Edric the Second is going to be when the player goes back to him. So we're going to have two trigger boxes on Eardrick. Basically, when the player first talks to Eardrick, it outlines what the problem is. After that point, it would then go on to Eardrick the second knot. And that knot will basically be if the player talks to him whilst they haven't completed the quest. And he'll basically say, how are you getting along with the trees? And then after that, we'll have a separate knot to say Eardrick complete. And then we would initiate that trigger box provided the trees felled is 3. That should be it. Now we should be able to test this. Let's test the dialogue, guys. Right, that third choice, that shouldn't be there. Ah, third asterisk, that's why. There we go. This is actually really cool, seeing the dialogue flow. Love this dialogue, dude. Oh my god. It's so funny. Oh my god, it's like brilliant dialogue. I'm so happy with it. Right, so that is Eardric's dialogue done. Now what we need to do, we need to add one more knot for Eardric. Because he has one extra line, column, which is here. And that's once you've completed the task. So Eardric's going to need 2 trigger boxes. So we're just going to type this one out quickly. I'm really enjoying this now that I'm in a flow, and I'm in the zone, guys. I was really nervous about jumping into Ink, and I don't know, there's something about it, because it is kind of scripting in a way. It's narrative scripting, so it's just new and daunting. Whilst you were hacking away at those trees, my memory came back to me. Something about the rot. I hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. I know this is it's a bit of a combo of Unity and Ink. Oh shit. Oh! I missed the N. Oh, it needs to be sticky. We have done it, guys. We have done Eardrick. Eardrick the Woodsman. Right. That is Eardrick boy. Done. What we now need to do is implement this into the engine. Okay. So that was his quest dialogue. The far left option, the very, very far left, I've not included, but everything else is. So We now need to implement Eadric the Woodsman. So 2 trigger boxes. Pardon me. Save that. Okay. Okay. What is the condition for the axe being picked up? The condition is that NPC B equals 1 and TC equals 0. So we're gonna go onto our PC. No, not the personal computer, guys. We're going on here and we're going to add a variable NPC. Ooh. Okay, right. Here's where it's confusing. And I'll explain why. In the dialogue here, we have NPC B for Beowulf. And then in this bit for Eadric, we have NPC-C. So, although there is not an NPC-B variable in the game world, in the scene variables, we don't need to add an NPC-B because Beowulf is handled by the task complete and the quest in progress. So, for Eadric, we're just going to go straight to NPC-C, so it aligns with Ink. So this is going to be NPC-C, integer, 0. Okay, so right, now we need to go through the steps. I guess the first thing we can do is the stump with axe. We can add in the code here. That will be the gateway check to the player actually picking up the axe. And the condition for them using the axe is what's the condition? That TC equals 0 and NPC-B is 1. Oh. Actually, no, I don't actually need to add in the thing about TC because this variable for the character for this NPC, that's going to be 0 by default, so the player won't be able to pick up the axe until that goes to 1. And that will go to 1 after the player's entered the first trigger box for this NPC. So I don't actually need the AND function. Fudge cake. So that's the condition for the player using the axe. If they press E, the NPC has to be 1. So if I just test that. You still there, Awen? You see the code at the bottom there? It's not following through, we can't pick it up. Okay, so that is the stump coded in. So we've put in a restriction there, so the player can't just jump ahead and pick up the axe and start chopping trees. Okay, so the condition for the player to chop a tree is that the can chop variable is on and they have the axe. If they do, we say they're chopping, we wait, and then we say they're not chopping. We add 1 to the trees felled scene variable. And then so in the code for the trees getting chopped, we're not deleting the game object because it turns into a stump once the tree's been felled. So we need to have something to say, right, there's 3 trees felled. So if I just okay, so we need to have something in here. Oh no, actually, no. The condition for the player to talk to. It's a little bit confusing because I know that the ink's fine, but the way I've designed the chart, it's like this section here and this section here are technically within one branch. And then we have this one and that one as one. So this is one knot. And then these 2 are the second knot. So we would enable this box provided trees felled equals 3. Okay. And then we would set TC to 1 after you leave the trigger. Alright, so we don't need to add to the code in there. We've added the stump picking the axe up. So what we now need to do, and if I just check, yeah, 2 trigger boxes. Okay, so we're going to follow the steps now for applying the trigger to the woodsman. Right, so the steps are to copy the ink trigger child. So copy that and then paste as child. So copy the trigger and rename it. So event trigger Eardrick 1. So we've copied it and we've renamed it. And then we need to make a new script. So we remove the script machine or on Eardrick and the variable. And then we need to call this event trigger UI trigger Maya 1. So that'd be UI trigger Eardrick 1. Okay, so we have got the trigger on there. We've created the script for the trigger. And we need to add the variables. So what variables does this have? It just has game object reference to NPC name. So panel text box. So we need to add an object variable, game object, and it was the NPC name. So if I click on the Maya, it's NPC name. There we go. And then we go on the Maya's trigger. We will copy this. We will go back to Eardrick and just check. So we say that they're talking, and we set the name in the dialogue. And then when you leave, so this is the first time. So when you leave the trigger, we need to set NPCC to 1, because on the axe, the condition for that, so NPCC 1, NPCC equals 1. That allows us to pick up the axe. Jesus Christ, this project feels so big. I'm not even joking. Holy smokes, Batman. Okay, so we've copied the script information from the previous graph. So that is all correct. Right, copy the script information from the previous graph. Set animation up for NPC with talk state. Okay, we'll do that. So characters. Okay. Talking true, talking false. Done. Set up animation. Set animation up for NPC with talk state. Done that. Add script graph to NPC for them to handle talking. Okay. Okay. What variables do we have? So we've just got ink trigger 1. So I need to give that variable into here and then, okay. Object, game object. And then it's going to be event trigger Eardrick 1. And we just click between these two. You can see that the bottom left variables are matched to the relevant NPC. Okay, so now within the code for Eardrick, right, let's just make sure this is all correct. So, is talking. The narrative panel is not active, they're not talking. Is talking, so that handles the animation state, and then trigger 1 active. So what we're saying here is the condition for the trigger to be active on Eardrick is that that's the condition, TC0 QIP1, because if we go onto the trigger for the mayor, on exiting the trigger on the mayor, we're setting the QIP to 1. So so the condition is that task complete is 0, but the quest is in progress, and that quest in progress is only triggered once you've talked to Mayor Beowulf. So the trigger 1 on Eardrick will not be interactable with until you've got that. If it's true, it's on. If it's inactive, it's that. So what we can now do is inspector, right, so in Visual Script make sure the trigger is toggled inactive active based on game state. Done that. Inspector for trigger. Inspector for trigger. Set narrative container to the not name. So this would be Eardrick. So NPC Eardrick start. Trigger not known. Right. I believe this is ready to be tested, guys. I think I've got everything in there. Should we give it a go? So I'm nervous. Here we go. Been going 4 hours, 11:30. I've still got another hour and a half in me. Hopefully be able to get another 2 MP. Oh shit. Sorry dude, I didn't mean to talk to you. Oh, we haven't done the quest update yet. So we can't pick anything up yet. So it's saying we need to go to the town well. So we can't interact with that yet. Oh shit, I did a typo. Fiercely. Oh my god, guys. Guys, this is so freaking cool. It's everything's working as intended with the quest line. Right, we need to fix that typo then. Fiercely, where is it? How did I do a typo there? Such a numpty. F-I-E-R-C-E-L-Y, yeah. Okay, so that's that. So then, let's just test that again with the typo fixed. We are making amazing progress, guys. I like her colours. We need to update the quest log. Update journal on the PC graph. Yep, so... This feels like a really awesome stream. Like, I know we had a couple of complications earlier with the bloody file not being the most up to date and struggled finding the knot. But other than that, it feels like we're making really good progress. So provided NPCC equals 1, we then need to do this. So we spoke to the mayor, and then after we've spoken to what's his face? I spoke with the mayor of Great. Right, so after NPCC is 1, which means after we've talked to Eardrick, we're going to say update the quest journal. So Eardrick has asked me to remove Eardrick needs help. Eardrick needs my help removing the, what are they called? Are they infected or pine tree? Let's just check. Pine tree infected. So Eardrick needs my help removing the infected pine trees in his forestry. He said I could use his axe. He said I could use his axe. I should pick this up and get to work. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to add this into the quest journal, and then we're going to play through the game again and make sure that the quest journal is updated correctly. Right, so I'm just typing this into so we need \n/n, and then we paste that into that box, save, and then play. Welcome to the stream. Whew. Right, so if we have our quest journal up, I spoke with the mayor. He asked me to help a villager named Eardrick. I should find him in the south. I should find him to the southeast in his forestry. Right, so now if I leave the box, that should update. There we go. Eardrick the Woodsman needs my help removing the infected pine trees in his forestry. He said I could use his axe. I should pick it up and get to work. Yes, baby! That's how we roll! Yes! Amazing. That's how we roll, guys. And now we know we know that our state at the moment is we have three logs done. Oh, we should actually add something in there. I need to... Okay, so we do /n, no, \n/n. Once I've removed the trees, I need to speak with him. So copy that, go back in there, delete that out, paste, and just do that again. said I could use Zach. I should pick it up and get to work. Once I've removed the trees, I need to speak with him. I really, really am happy with that quest journal. It looks really nice. You can also see on the mini-map the infected trees. Can you see that? They really do stand out. Okay, so once... Okay. Oh! How are you getting on with those trees? Where was that? Ah, that needed to be a plus. Oh, I'm glad I found that. Let's just test that again. Okay. Right, so now what we need to do is add in a second trigger box. So if we just check the code. Right, let's have a look here. So this is trigger box, right? So what do we need to do? So after right, so okay, so the condition is TC is 0 and okay, right, so the second trigger box, the condition for that being active is TC 0 and trees failed 3, and then it goes through that line, and then we set TC 1 QRP 0. Okay. I'm really enjoying this. Actually, implementing this, it just, everything is coming together like a big jigsaw puzzle with super glue. It's like we've got all the mechanics in, everything's working. We're putting in the narrative, character by character. The quest flow is it's perfect. And as we're gradually working our way through the different characters, we'll get to the very end, and then it's done. And then all I need to do is put in a pause menu, and a main menu. I was gonna yeah. Oh, sorry, I've just seen your comments. Oh, sorry, Awen. I thought you just sent a new message. I think those are old messages. I just glanced up, and yeah, I think they're old messages. Okay, so so we need to create a second trigger for Eardrick. And then change the script, a new script for it. And yeah, that's all good. Right, so we're gonna copy and then paste as child and then rename that to 2. And this is going to be Eardrick complete. That's the name of the knot. So the knot's on there. And then we need to remove. We need to remove that script. I'm going to keep that variable on there. And we're going to add script machine, new, scripts. And this is going to be UI trigger Eardrick 2. Save, delete. Now, is that variable going to be there? Excellent. So the panel box is still there. So I don't actually need to do anything with that. So, right, so if we look at this code, we're going to copy that code and put it in there. So what this does is when the player enters this trigger box, we're going to display the NPC's name and say they're talking. When we leave that trigger box, so when we leave, oh shit. So when we leave the trigger box for so when we leave that trigger box, we need to set TC to 1. So I need to update the journal as well, but so QIP gets set to 0 and then TC gets set to 1. Now the problem set QIP to 1 when we exit UI trigger 1. So when we exit this one, when we leave the trigger on there. Oh. Right, so when we leave the second trigger, we've already set that to 1, so we don't need to set that, but what we need to set is basically right, we're going to put a safety block in here, guys, okay? And by that, I mean if the player was to kind of finish talking to Erdrick, get the task complete variable set to 1, and then go back to Beowulf, do the next quest, complete that, and get it to TC2. If they were to, whatever reason, return to Erdrick and talk to him and come out of the trigger, it would fuck up the task complete. So we're going to put in a safety block here, and we're going to say, on trigger exit, we're going to say, we're going to, what the? Sorry, Awen, I don't know what your comment was about there, dude. What's your comment about? I've been talking so much during dev, I've not been... Right, so we're saying after, when we leave the second trigger, we're setting that task complete to 1 and setting that to 0. Okay. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I assume they're from before. Chat's been a little bit silent the past hour, I think. Right. What's the condition? So, we only want to do this once. Now, to only let this follow through once, we can have an if. That way. And the condition is if TC equals 0. So if TC equals 0, so if the task's complete is 0, if that's true, then we set task complete to 1. So the very first time when we exit that trigger, we're checking, is the task complete at 0? If it is, then we're going to set the task complete to 1 and the quest in progress to 0. And then what that's going to do is, if I was to then come out and then re-enter that trigger and exit again, my TC is already at 1. So that first branch right here, if my TC is 1, this condition is not going to be met because it's at 1. So on the false, nothing's going to happen. So that will prevent any screw ups with quest progress. Okay, so that should handle the thing. So then what we need to do is we need to say if task complete is 1. No, hold on. If task complete is 1, and hold on. Right, so we're saying task complete question prep. Right, okay, got ya. So what do we need in order to update the quest log? So the next line would be if TC is 1. Yeah, so it'd be that. So if we plug that in there, so Earjik the Woodsman needs my help. I just need to speak with him. Once I've removed the trees, I need to speak with him. So we're saying after we've helped the Woodsman, we know that our task complete is going to be 1 and our quest is 0. So then we would say 1 second. Let me just check the dialogue tree for the Bear and Wolf. TC1, QIP1, yeah, okay. So if TC is 1, we need to say, okay. So I helped Earjik the Woodsman remove his infected trees. I helped Earjik the Woodsman remove his infected trees. He said I should go back. He said that I should go back to the mayor, to Mayor Bear and Wolf, and speak with him. I can find him near the town well. backslash n backslash n. Backslash n backslash n, and then copy that. Okay, so now we repeat the same thing as we just did. And then we're going to check that the quest journal updates correctly. You ready, guys? We've got this. Hold on, what the fuck? Why are you jumping straight? Oh. Numpty. Numpty, numpty, numpty. I did all of this, correct? But in here, I forgot to disable the... I was like, what's happening with the dialogue? Why are you jumping ahead? Right. The condition for this one is TC0. Right. I panicked then. So the condition is ooh. Well, the condition is just tree felled 3 basically. Because if I put in a restriction here to say the TC has to be this and the quest in progress has to be this, that's not right. We need to basically say, is the trees felled 3, so that this will always remain there. Because, as you can see on the dialogue, we have this option here. So, the condition is trees felled equals 3. So if trees felled is 3, that's active. If true, set active. If trees felled 3 isn't true, it's inactive. And that should handle Don't know why that's so high up there. Right, let's try that again. Hold on. Right, I think this one is overriding that one. So TC needs to be 0 and QIP needs to be 1. That doesn't get changed until here. TC1, QIP 0. Right, so we need to have a block in here to say okay, right. I'm pretty sure this one didn't show because this is still active. And the safety block for that is going to be an if. So we're saying, okay, if TC is 0 and QRP is 1, that's the conditions for that to be shown. But then we're going to say, because we know that it's going to be inactive, we're going to say, does oh shit. So we're going to say here, we're going to say second check, does the trees felled equal 3? If it doesn't, equal 3, then we show it. If trees felled is 3, we hide it. Yeah? So that should solve that issue. And then we can test that again and it should work now. Oh. I need to give an option there. When we say the second time we speak to him, when we say I must leave, we need to give him a line of dialogue. Oh, I love this song. I've got a feeling it's the trees. Trees failed. Why is that a fucking float? Is that a float? Trees failed is an integer. Add 1. So if it's at 0, 1, 2, 3. Why is it not? Right, we need to do a debug log. Bastard. That should be working. $13? $13? Why the fuck is it 13? 13? What the fuck? Why? What the fuck? Why is it making it 13? What the fuck, dude? That's why it's not working. What? Oh, it's because of on-trigger stay. So it's adding to that over the duration because... Oh my god. Okay. Fuck. That's why it wasn't working. Fucking 30. Why was 34 trees chopped? Okay, on trigger state. Wait for 6 seconds and then do that. That's because we're staying in the trigger. Okay, I guess what we could do then is at the point of this, before it starts to add to that, we can add in something to say get the sphere collider. Get the sphere collider. Set trigger. I can't believe that. Right, so we would say if we plug that in there. I can't believe that. So because we stood in the trigger, it's adding all those trees. Oh, dude, what a bug! It's because it's this node on the trigger state. It's effectively it's like an on update almost. If you stay in it, it's going to be happening every frame basically. So before we add to the trees felled, we're setting in the trigger there. We're disabling the trigger, which would then, in effect, not follow through with this, but the rest of the code should still work. Can't believe that. Oh, there was nothing wrong with the rest of the code. It should now work. We just need to... We've got the debug log in there, so we should be able to see the thing. And then I need to add the option... Oh, it was for Dumeric. It was for Dumeric, wasn't it, I think? On here, when I do I must leave, we've got that. So I just need to add a line of dialogue in there. Don't let me forget. Right, we're talking to Dude, getting our axe. Now, what we're hoping is once the tree's chopped, bottom left. For fuck's sake. Right. I mean, you know what we could do? We could just say, is it greater than 3? Fucking hell. Right, why is that being being a dick? Oh, I've not plugged it in. No, hold on. Yes, I have. Sphere collider, set trigger off. Oh my god. What about an on trigger enter? If we had an on trigger enter, so if we're in the trigger and we press E, so how big? The trigger's really small. On trigger. Let's just try an on trigger enter. Let's see if that functions better. No, it would have to be, surely it would have to be stay. Because you're not going to be pressing it straight away. Yeet. The Skyrim yeet. I think it does have to be that, but okay. I mean, the option we have here is to say, does tree felled equal, is it greater than 3? We know that it goes above 3. We know behind the scenes, PR maybe disable the collider entirely. Yeah, I guess we could do that. I guess if I put this there, let's see if that fixes it. Please only add one. Fucking hell. I mean, look, behind the scenes, we know that that value is well above 3. What a shitbag. No, because then... No, it has to be 3 because if the player chopped one tree and then the value was like 20, they don't even need to chop the other tree, so it does need to be 3. Why the fuck is it making it such a large number though? If I had something to say on trigger exit... Oh, I've got it. Let's see if this works. So if we said on trigger exit... No, because the trigger's going to be disabled. I can basically say instead of on trigger stay. Yeah, that might be an idea, dude. No, hold on. No, I genuinely think it's because the on trigger stay. I've got an idea here, just give me 1 second. Basically, what I'm thinking of a fix here is our code at the moment. You see how our code at the moment, it flows through and then give me 1 sec, I've got this. If we had a boolean to say tree felled, if trees so if we say after the tree's chopped, we say it's felled, and then on the trigger exit, we say get the tree felled, and say if the tree felled, if the tree felled is true, then we would do this, and then sphere collider. And then we turn it off. That way, we don't add multiple. That should work. So basically, we chop the tree down. When we're in the box, we press E, we chop. After 6 seconds, we say we're not chopping. We say the tree's been chopped. We change it to the stump. And then... and then when we leave that trigger, we're saying that the tree, when we leave the trigger, we're adding 1, and then we're turning off the trigger so it will never do that again. It won't multiple stack or add to the integer. This should work. Oh my god! Logic. Logic, baby. Bane of my life. Ooh. Keep your fingers crossed, guys. This should work. Interesting. Why did it... Why are you adding multiple ones? The sphere collider's... Oh, you know what? Sake. I need to add the variables on to the other trees. You see that tree? That one. Oh my god, dude. I need to get on to the next NPC. Why the fuck is it adding? Look, it's adding multiple ones. Even though I've turned it off. Why the fuck? You little shitbag. Set enabled. What the shit, dude? What? What the fuck, dude? Get the sphere collider. That's fucking ridiculous. Right, I need to... Fucking hell. Why is that trigger not going off? Right, I've got tree 1 highlighted on the hierarchy. And then, bottom right, we can see the sphere collider. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna chop that bloody tree. How is that still triggering even though it's been turned off? What the actual fuck, dude? What the fuck is going on there? Why is that still... If that component is not active, it shouldn't be fucking triggering. Explain that to me. Yes, it's the correct tree. I know that's the correct tree. I highlighted it on the hierarchy. That is tree 1. But how the fuck is it still triggering when I fucking made the component... I'm sorry for swearing. I'm sorry for the language, but that is... In what world is that normal behaviour? Unity, you're an arse. You're an absolute arse. Oh my god, dude. The mesh collider's not a trigger, dude. There's an option, mesh collider is trigger. It's not set to see trigger. It's not a trigger. So I think what we need to do is just... fucking hell. This is so shit. I need to set the trigger then instead of that bollocks. What a joke. But I don't know if you noticed that when my character was swinging... Right, we need to get the collider. Right, it needs to be the player. It needs to be the player. One sec. Get with tag. Tag. Skin tag. Where's my skin tag? Tag. maybe it doesn't have a collider in there. So if we Right. Let's see if that bloody works. Hey David, why is my name Decimal Punked? It's the name I came up with, dude. It's just the name. Do you not like it? I was going to go for something like Decimus, like a Greek sounding thing, but it had already been taken. Punkt is German for point, and decimal is just decimal, so it sounds a bit Greeky. That's the reason behind the name. Right, please work this time. Fuck's sake. Oh, today I made a level selection and a second level. Oh, nice, dude. So is it like a simple platformer that you're making? Yes, it does. It's German for point. Ah, wunderbar. Wie geht es dir, mein Freund? Wo in Deutschland wohnst du? Wunderbar. Right, we didn't get one added to the integer by the looks of it. In der Schule. Aber in der Schule mein Deutsch war nicht gut. Aber ich liebe Deutsch, so in den späten Jahren ich lerne Deutsch. Ich liebe sprechen Deutsch, so Yeah. Why is this has been a real pain in the arse. I'm stumped here. Pun intended. Stumped. Oh my god, dude. On trigger exit. Why are we not getting... If the player leaves the trigger and the tree is felled... I didn't plug in the collider. You... absolute bellend. I didn't plug in the collider, guys. Ich bin dummer. I didn't know you were German, David. Nice to meet you. I've been to Germany once. Absolutely loved it. You guys have the best chocolate in the supermarket. It's this coffee chocolate. Coffee chocolada. Right, let's see if this works now. So at the moment, you see what's happening there is triggering at the bottom. This! Yes! Yes! Woohoo! It happened. It's working. You see that bottom left? Debug log. Fuck yes, please, please, please show me the dialogue box we're hoping for. Please. Well, I'll be damned, you did it. Those trees were something else. I got there in the end. Whilst you were hacking away at those trees, my memory came back to me. Something about the rot. Yeah, you mentioned the rot. Half a moon past, you discovered the rot. What's new? That night, I heard strange sounds from near the town square. And the moon, blood red it was. Demonic looking. Maybe it was just a coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, thanks again for helping with the trees. You ought to talk to the mayor. I spoke... Oh, you fucker! The quest just changed to... I spoke with a friendly local. Right, okay. Thanks again for helping with those trees. No problem. Has the rock come back? Not even a smidgen. Right, well, at least his trigger box is working. Guys, we did it. Thanks again for helping with those trees. No problem. Has the rock come back? Right, we've done it. We've fixed it. Oh, let me read what you've said. You may know this city because of the legend. That legend has happened. Oh no, I didn't know that, dude. I've been Berlin. I think it's just Berlin that I've been to. Why do they do that? It sounds a bit wrong. And how do they get away with doing that if it's on live television? That doesn't seem right. Right, so this code fixes when the player leaves the trigger. Right, we've got a fix. We've got a solution, guys. The code is glorious. The code is mighty. Mighty Mouse. Okay, what we need to fix now is, let me just quickly implement the fix in the dialogue for Doomeric. Doomeric. It's the second option where it's I must leave. We're we need to have an option there to say if I just copy what I had before, when I say I'll be on my way, enjoy your time in Greyvale Adventure, I'm just going to do the same. Enjoy your time in Greyvale Adventurer. Adventurer. And I want to give it a capital A because we don't have a name for the character, but Adventurer. Right, so that is the dialogue fixed for what's his face. Really need to get to the root of the problem. Dude, you're such a comedian, mate. Oh, I love having you on stream, dude. You really do make me happy, mate. You just bring happiness with your humour, your comedy, and it's well received, well appreciated. I'm really glad I implemented that fix. So this bypasses the effective on update screwing up the integer. So what I've done is I have done the narrative is updated now. So on Dumrick, if we talk to him again, that should work. We need to go into the player script graph for and analyze the quest update. So if NPC A equals 1, we go to the next branch. So that's what's happening here. We're basically getting a divert. If that's true, so essentially if NPC is 1 and that's true, then we go to this. And then if TC equals 0 and QIP equals 1, then I guess fuck. If I unplugged that bit and took this down to Dankeschön. Ich will no, ich weiß viele Wörter und ich gelernt Deutsch mit meinen Sohn mit einem Buch und Google. So ja, ich weiß viele Wörter, aber Sentence Structure nicht so gut. Sprechen Deutsch es mir glücklich. I think. I want to learn it a lot better. It's on my list of things to do. Right, we're saying if TC is 0 and QIP is 1, then if that's false, we then go down to this branch. Right, let's see if that works. Let's go full screen as well so you guys can fully appreciate the awesomeness that is Sword and Scourge. I'm really happy I've got a German follower. That's awesome. That's made my evening. Right, so what we're expecting to happen is after we've chopped the trees and we talk to what's his face, we're hoping the quest log successfully goes along the right path. Yes! 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 Guys, I've done it. I've literally got the very first NPC. I've also fixed that line when we say I must leave. Enjoy your time and adventure. There we go. So guys, we have got the first NPC Dumeric, the first stage of Beowulf done, and we've got the wood chopping stage of the quest implemented. Next up is the pumpkin picking. Oh my god, my heart's racing. Guys, I know there's like a few more to do. So we have, if I just quickly show you, we now need to add the second stage for Beowulf's dialogue. And then we need to put in Farmer Giles. Farmer Giles, his flow is going to be the exact same as what we just did with the trees, because you're picking the pumpkins. So all that code is basically going to be the exact same as we did with the trees. Pardon me, I do apologise. That was really rude. So implementing that is not going to take long, and then the same for the crone. She's gonna give us the objective of pick the herbs, and then we go back, and then we go back to the guy again, and then the final bit is confronting Athelstan. Now I did have. I've got dialogue to add in for him here, and his dialogue. Basically, you don't have to talk to him, but I've planned for it anyway in case the player wanted to talk to him, and effectively, as the quest line progresses, the dialogue with the priest becomes a bit more. You're like almost interrogating him. You're like, have you noticed anything odd? Or you're asking him questions, and as the dialogue goes on, he gets a bit more. You get a bit more suspicious of him. That's what I kind of planned there. So it's not required. You don't have to talk to him, but if you wanted to, you can. And then it's kind of down to the player to piece together the puzzle in their head of, right, he's the bad guy. So I just need to make another coffee, guys. What's the time? It's 1 a.m. I could do another hour. I could definitely do another hour, because when I'm at uni tomorrow, basically I'm not really going to be able to do any work on the project as such, because they've got a different version of Unity to what I'm using, and I do not want to do any work on the project there, bring it back, and then have something go wrong. So I do have 2 separate bits of documentation to write. So what I might do tomorrow is just get that done. We can see all the work that I'm doing, everything is functioning, it's all harmonious. It's really, really good. So I'm just going to keep going along this path, and then putting in the last thing to do would be putting in the UI for the the main menu and the pause menu. So it'll be very simple, and then we need something for if the player dies. We would basically, I'll respawn them at the start of the game. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna have a quick bio break, make another coffee, and then we'll do another hour of dev. I'm a machine, guys. I'm an absolute machine with work. When I'm in dev mode, I smash it out the park. The question is, guys, are you enjoying the stream? Are you enjoying seeing all this problem solving, the implementation of narrative with ink? Are you enjoying the stream? So long as you're happy, I'm happy. Okay, I'm back. Got a few sweets, and the sugars are low. Diabetes, you bastard. Right. So what stage are we up to? The stage we're up to is we have Damric done. We have first stage Maya done. Eardric's done. 2C1 QRP1. Back to Beowulf. We're going to have to go back to Beowulf. Okay. So he's got a very simple... It's actually less complex than the first one. So this is my design for all the narrative. You've seen these a few times now. So the very first left-hand side here handles the initial dialogue, and I've basically given the player to always be a bit of a dick in the first time they speak with an NPC. Now there was the plan to implement a fuck me, what's it called? Oh, the evil and good alignment, but because that involves communicating directly with Ink and Unity, because it's in C#, I don't really have a way of kind of doing this easily, is the short answer. So I'm not going to implement the stat panel that I planned or the XP bar just because of the time constraints I've got for deadline. But I do have to write a mechanical pitch for expanding on the game, and I can say about the different animation states, the evil and good alignment, the XP bar, the stat log. Like, there's a lot there I can do. And if you guys actually like this game, once it's made, I will be putting this on itch. And if you guys like the game, like, this is definitely a project I'd like to expand upon. I would really like to add in these features, like put in respawning skeletons, experience, leveling up, improved damage and things. So, you know, there's all these kind of extra features that I can implement because I've really enjoyed making this, and there is so much potential to add in all these different really, really cool features. Sorry, I've gone off on a tangent. Right. Mayor Beowulf. So at the moment he has the one trigger. So we now need to write this dialogue for a separate knot. And as you can see, it's very simple. Let's jump into Ink. Inky! That's what it's called, Inky. I think the program's called Inky, and it's by Inkle, and Ink is the narrative script writing language. Okay. Right, so we're gonna have to, it would make sense to put in the Beowulf's next section here. So we're gonna call this this will be Beowulf Start 2. Don't know why I don't just copy that, to be honest. So this is going to be 2. It's for the second branch. two. So NPC B2 and that would be second 2. Okay, here we go. Eardrick tells me you've been of great help felling his infected trees. Many thanks, adventurer. I should have taken up the axe as a lumberjack. Now, about that coin. What do you guys think of the dialogue as I've been writing it? Do you like the dialogue? There's quite a few funny lines in there. I should have taken up the axe as a lumberjack. Now, about that coin. Now, about that coin. Second choice. Well, it's definitely one of the safer deeds I've undertaken. I'll be taking that coin now. Now hold on a second. The job's not finished. Payment on completion. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. A hired blade's contract is for one deed only, not a string of tedious tasks. It wouldn't surprise me if you're pocketing the coin yourself. You look the sort. Oh God. That is the line that gets you in trouble if you choose that option. It gets you a bad alignment. False choices, what do you mean? What do you mean false choices? You must earn our trust, or did you forget our previous conversation? How dare you! I could have you imprisoned for such outrageous slanders. Oh, okay. So basically, both options do the same ultimate thing. Oh, hold on a minute. How dare you? I could have you imprisoned for such... It does return to another choice. Oh, I think this would be a... I think this would then go on to... I think double asterisk. I think. Get to the point. I sense another villager seeks my aid. This was a homage to Fallout 4. You know, Preston Garvey. Preston Garvey in Fallout 4. Another village, another settlement needs our help. This was kind of a bit of a homage to that. I sense another villager seeks my aid. It sounds like you play a lot of RPG games like me, dude. Well, maybe that's as feedback from a gamer to a developer. It's kind of like what you're saying. What I'm hearing there is about you'd prefer if the options you chose actually had different outcomes instead of multiple options resulting in the same outcome. I have a feeling some of the syntax is going to need sorting on this. How are you getting along helping Giles? I'm working on it. Come and speak to me once you're done. Where can I find Giles? On his farm, southwest of the town square. Right. I hear what you're saying, dude. Yeah. Have you got Titan Quest 2? Oh, what happened there? Right, hold on a second. So at this point, if I went down, it wouldn't surprise me if you're pocketing. Okay. So just give me a sec here, guys. I'm just looking at the flow. So this is the main branch. Then we have these two options. You must earn our trust. How dare you? So then I think we need to have a hyphen there, and then bring and then bring that in there. Get to the point. And then that will go there as the second option, and then let's see if that okay, so when we click I'll be back shortly, no doubt. Okay, that's a point. Could you check on Farmer Giles for me? I'll be back shortly, no doubt. I feel like that needs to go here. That seems to have done it. And then second, oh, numpty. Okay. Titan Quest 1 is amazing, dude. Like, I've put so many hours into that. Atlas Games. What game? What titles have they made, dude? Right, all of that dialogue seems to be flowing nicely. Well, I do believe that is going to be fine. So we're going to go back into the narrative. I'm going to delete that out and update it. Right, so now what we need to do is we need to put in the second trigger for Mayor Beowulf, and the condition for his trigger box is TC1 and QIP equals 0. So I helped Idrit on that. Just gonna get out my job list. I've not heard of, I think I've heard of Persona, I've not heard of the other one, or the Metaphor one. To be honest, I've been so busy the past month, I've barely played any games. The only time I play games is with my boys. We've played Binding of Isaac, Pummel Party, Lost Castle 2. Once I've submitted this game and got my other 2 written assignments done, I'm all good for the Christmas break, and I'm not back till mid-January, so I'm going to get loads of gaming done. I might even do some gaming streams over the Xmas break. I might actually just play some games, because all of the recent streams have been game dev and modelling, and God, I can't remember the last time I just streamed something like Rocket League, or, you know, just for like chill out. Mr. Solo Q, welcome to the stream, dude. How are you? The game dev is going fantastically. Really, really well. I've been working on the narrative. I've got it implemented fully implemented for 2 NPCs. We're putting in the narrative for the second stage of the main quest giver, and then we're going to be putting in Farmer Giles's one. So it's going really, really good. And as I mentioned to everyone else in the stream, once this game's complete, I will be putting it on itch, so you guys will be able to play it if you wanted to. It's going to be free as well, obviously. It's a university project, so yeah, it's quite fun. It's really cool, and I'm really, really happy with the dialogue I've written. It makes me laugh when I go through it. Right, so what we're going to do, we're going to add in our second trigger. So we're going to, I'm just going to look at my steps. So I've got my steps here, guys, at the top there. So we have to copy the trigger. We've got to do all these things to make sure that everything is correctly implemented, or else we're going to have a headache with things not working. So we're going to save the project. We're going to copy the event trigger Mayor 1. We're going to right click, paste as a child, and we're going to rename that to trigger 2. So copy the ink trigger child. Done that, and we've renamed it. We need to make a new script. So what's the script for the first one? That just handles displaying the... Got ya. Okay, cool. Alright, so we need to now go down to the script machine. I can leave the panel variables on there because that remains. So we need to remove this and then do trigger 2. So we're going to remove that component. We're going to add a script machine. We're going to go new, scripts, and this is the Mayor. So this is UI trigger Mayor 2. Delete out that code. We're going to just copy the title information there, just so things are consistent. Paste that there, and then we go into the code here. We copy that code and paste that there. Now, an important step. Thank you, Solo. I really, really appreciate the motivation. My deadline for this project is 5 days time. I've got my sons this weekend, and when I do bedtime, I'm too exhausted to do anything. But the rate I'm going at the moment, I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow night. So I'm going to smash out. I'm going to smash this all out. Once this narrative is in the engine, because as I'm going, I'm testing it and I'm making sure that everything's just working as it should, and it's just functioning as it should. There's no bugs. It's working really well, and I know I can do this in time for deadline. It's just I lost 40 or 45 minutes earlier. Awen was with me, and it was an issue with Unity not locating a knot within ink, and I was like, it's there, nothing's wrong. And basically, the fix to that was I just hadn't dragged in the most up-to-date version of the ink file. Something so bloody small, but that cost me 45 minutes just struggling with that. So it's frustrating when little things like that, avoidable things, but it's a lesson learned. So it's always about learning lessons. Right, I'm waffling, guys. Right. So we're now making sure that the script information is copied from the previous graph. So in here, when the player enters the tag, display that. Right, so when the player exits, so on the second branch here, counting what minutes, dude? Right, on the second branch, what happens at the end, we set QIP to 1. Okay? So we set QIP to 1. Perfect. So that is actually the exact same. Copy the script animation. Done that. Set animation up for NPC with talk state. Already done. Add script graph to the NPC for them to handle talking. That's already in there. In Visual Script, make sure trigger is toggled inactive active based on the game state. And then the inspector for trigger. Right, okay, so we need to make sure that this one is toggled based on the game state. So oh, yes. Yeah, I know. It's just there's been times, like we had a problem the other night. I think Awen helped me with it. It was to do with animation events in the skeletons, because I spent 3 hours trying to polish combat, and it was something to do with it. Basically, my code, it wasn't working the best to handle the trigger boxes on combat, so we used an animation event to re-enable the sword. That, I remember, took about 3 hours. So it's actually funny because modelling the skeletons actually took me 3 hours. So, yeah. Right, we need to add a ink trigger to game object variable. Oh, sugar. Right, and then this is on the Maya, isn't it? Yeah. We're gonna basically drag that down there. Boom. And then we're going to copy this. And the conditions for the second trigger to be active will be TC1 QIP 0. So TC1 QIP 0. So TC1 TC1. Oh my god, look at all those variables, guys. QIP 0. And the script for Eadric the Woodsman. Yeah. So when we leave the second trigger box, we're saying set TC to 1, QRP to 0. So TC1, QIP 0. TC1, QIP 0. So providing these functions are true, we're going to show that box. If they're not true, we don't show it. Let's give this a test. Oh. So this is going to be MPC Bear and Wolf, I think start 2. Start 2. Start 2. MPC Bear and Wolf start 2. Start 2. Okay. Here we go, guys. Are we ready? Are we going to test this? Long Arm, welcome to the stream, bro. It took 3 hours because you were using custom events instead of Unity events, and there was no feedback on why that wasn't correct. Well, we got there in the end, dude. How are you doing, Long Arm? Right, let's test this, guys. We've got the second trigger box in there. We should now be able to speak to the first NPC. Speak to the second, help the woodsman, and then go to the mayor again. So let's test this. It should work. And you guys that have just joined, Solo and Long Arm, you're going to see all the work that's been done. I've been smashing this. Bring up the journal. That's the village drunk. Why did that option just disappear? What is he doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, guys? What the fuck is going on? Guys, come on! What are you doing? What the fuck? Oh my god. Dude. There's a runtime error. A done or an end. Oh my god, that was hilarious. What the fuck happened there? Ah, trigger 1, that's why. Sorry, I haven't read. What a twat. I didn't. There we go, trigger 2. That was fucking hilarious. Did you see? Did you see what they were doing? They were having like a boogie. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Right, I'd basically not renamed the custom event up here, guys. That's why that probably happened like that. That was hilarious. Jesus Christ. Oh, right, it should be fine now. Quest log at the top there, guys. You press J to toggle it on and off. Why are you jumping straight to that? Oh, what? Hold on. Trigger 2 active on update. If that's true... Oh, for fuck's sake! This is what happened when you copy and paste stuff. Look, I hadn't turned it off. What a bellend. Jesus. I think this is because I've been going for quite a while and my sleep's a bit fucked up at the minute. Oh my god. I do apologise, guys. I'm making rookie errors here. Oh my god, we should highlight that dance. That was... Oh my god. It was such a weird little boogie they were doing. That was obviously a bug, by the way, when they were doing that. Right, there we go. Okay. So, see, we go back to him. We get the dialogue. So now we have to help the woodsman. Well, I'm certainly not Nancy the housemaid now, am I? With long hair like that, throw on a gown, and you could be. Oh, I love it. Now we chop the trees. Oh, dude, it was hilarious. It's just moment like that. That is just comedy gold. Right, so now what I'm expecting to happen is when I talk to the mayor, we're going to get the next dialogue that I just wrote. Ready? Fingers crossed. Eadric tells me you've been of great help felling his infected trees. Many thanks, adventurer. I should have taken up the axe as a lumberjack. Now about that coin. Now hold on a second, the job's not finished. Payment on completion. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. It wouldn't surprise me if you're pocketing the coin yourself. You look the sort. How dare you. I could have you in prison for such outrageous slanders. Get to the point. I sense another villager seeks my aid. A homage to Fallout 4. Preston Garvey. Wink wink. Could you check on Farmer Giles for me? Folks say he's been raging over his pumpkin crops. He is just to the southwest. Shouldn't miss him. I'll be back shortly, no doubt. First trees, now pumpkins. Wonder if the two are connected. Greyvale thanks you for your efforts. And then, if we talk to him again... Oh, did I not have that as repeatable? Oh. Set quest in progress after speaking to NPC. So trigger 2 active. TC1. If I was to remove that, basically that trigger box disappeared, and what we should have had is the second option afterwards. So if we spoke to him again, we should have got the option, how are we getting on helping Giles? Now, because QIP, that's the requirement, it's basically saying if these two conditions need to be met in order for the trigger box to be visible. But once we've done the first option and we leave the trigger, QIP changes to 1. So what I can do is, if I remove that, and plug that directly into there, just test that again real quick. I'll whiz through it, guys. It's basically, oh, hold on. Yeah. Was there something else I needed to test? Oh, we need to update the quest log. Let's quickly do that. Let's quickly add the update to the quest log. Then we can test that as well. So on the player graph, where it branches down, we're gonna say if TC is 0, QRP equals 1. If that's false, we check, okay, is TC 1 and QIP 1. So TC1, QIP1, and right. Okay, let me just, we're going to be adding in the next section now, guys. Okay, so nearly ready, guys. 1 second. Mayor Burnwolf seemed happy with the help I gave Edric the Woodsman. He has now asked me to check in on Farmer Giles and see if I can help with his farming problems. I can find him on his farm to the southwest. So if I put that in there, he has now asked me to check in on Farmer Giles. Right, let's see how that works. So what we're expecting is we have the quest journal up. We followed the same steps. I know this is a little bit repetitive, guys, but this is playtest and we have to make sure it works because there is a specific order to the quest line. And if there is a single fault, it will not work and it will break the whole game. Right, so what we're expecting to happen so if I leave, that should update. Mayor Beowulf seemed happy with the help I gave Eardrick the Woodsman. He has now asked me to check in on Farmer Giles and see if I can help with his farming problems. I can find him on his farm to the southwest. Fuck yes, baby! That's how we roll! Making progress, smashing the dev. Oh, yeah! I can't. You can't slay him, bro. Have you seen the skeleton combat? Have you seen the melee combat solo? Now that we've got that functional, we can now do Farmer Giles. Oh, you bastard. Oh, fuck! No, 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 no! Dude, get out of there! Oh, fuck me. Oh my god, it's Dark Souls 1. It's Dark Souls 1 graveyard. Heal up, bro. Oh my god, it's savage. These were the skeletons. Oh my god, dude. These were the skeletons that it took me 3 hours to model. Shit, dude, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Come and get me, bro. You can outrun them. I'm not going to change that. I quite like it. It's so fucking cool, isn't it, dude? It's polished. That combat has taken a lot of time to polish. I'm so happy with it, though. The objective in here is to pick these herbs. The models of those skeletons took me 3 hours. The anatomy's not perfect. It was my first time modelling a skeleton. The rib cage is the only part that anatomically doesn't look perfect, but they're skeletons and they're dead, so on that basis, I think it's gravy. I forgot to just check back in on the mayor for the second line of dialogue. How are you getting along helping Giles? I'm working on it. Where can I find Giles again? I just everything about this project. This is by far my most ambitious project to date. I hope I get a bloody high grade for this, because honestly, guys, I think the narrative writing, I'm not just saying this because it's my work, I'm really happy with the narrative. It's clever, it's funny, it's got mystery, it's got just everything an RPG needs, you know. And then we've got like the gameplay mechanics, we've got combat, we've got all these different functionalities. I'm not going to implement a stat HUD element, so a stat log or the XP bar, just because I don't have time. But this is definitely something I want to add to this project. So going forward, after I've submitted this, out of all the games I've made to date, this is my 6th game. And I'm actually going to build on this and implement all these extra features and update different versions of it and upload them to itch. So I'm really excited for this. I love RPGs. That's literally my bread and butter. Like RPGs. God, you know what I mean? It dates back years. Like to, I think the very first RPG I played, other than Pokemon, would have been Diablo 2, the original. And I've played so many RPGs over the years, and I've got such a passion and experience of playing them. I know what to expect and what you want in an RPG game, you know? Right, so the quest log and everything at the moment is fully functional for the mayor. So we've got the first 2 stages. If I just show you his dialogue. So that is the mayor currently done. So he only has 3 more sections. So now what we need to do is we need to do Farmer Giles. So where is it? Farmer Giles. Oh, that's a big one. Okay. Oh, he's got some funny dialogue. He's got some funny dialogue. I remember when I wrote this. Oh, dudes, I'll read it out as I'll comment. I'll narrate as I'm writing. I quite like doing the voices. Right, so this tree is going to be the same as the flow of it is going to be the same as Eardrick. So Eardrick has 2 sections. So we can see here this main chunk from here to here is the first interaction with the NPC, and then if you were to talk to him again whilst you're on the quest, you'll get that. And then once you've completed the task, you then go down this branch. So there's going to be 2 trigger boxes, similar to the Woodsman. So let's smash this out the park, guys. Let's go. Let's go, baby! Guys, I just had an idea. I might be able to save some time here. If we look at Eardrick, can you see those flowcharts? Do they look identical to you? I would say they look exactly identical in terms of the amount of boxes on the flow. They are exactly identical. And you know what that means? We can copy all of the ink from the previous NPC, paste it, modify the writing that goes in those fields, and I can save a load of time there. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Right, so this is going to be NPCD. So we can actually copy all of this. Copy. And we know that this works because I've already tested this. We paste. So line 240. 240. This section handles Farmer Giles dialogue. So this is going to be NPC. I'm just going to call him Giles. Start. And this is going to be NPC D. And we'll call this NPC Giles second. NPC Giles second. And then this bit is going to be NPC Giles complete. And then this is going to be NPC Giles complete revisit. NPC Giles complete revisit. Okay, so NPC D. NPC D1, so we will go down here and say NPC D is 1, and then this will be NPC D1, NPC D1, and then I just need to define the variables at the top. So if we copy these and then do that to NPC D, NPC D1, and then if, oh hold on, it needs to be these ones. So we have we should have 4 sections, so we should have Giles start, Giles second, Giles complete revisit. So Giles start, Giles second, Giles complete, Giles revisit. Okay. So on that basis, we're going to copy these, and we're going to put these just here, and then we just need to copy the right line. So we're going to be getting, actually, NPC Giles start, why is that? NPC Giles start, it's right there. Why am I getting an error? Divert not found. NPC Giles start. Why has that not been found? I've literally copied the code the exact same. Why is that? NPC Giles start. NPC Giles second. I don't understand. Oh, you bellend! I didn't do it in capitals. It's case sensitive, you absolute numpty. Oh my god, I was freaking out there. Yeah. Well done, Mr. Solo. Right, let's... right, so what we need to do is now need to type in the dialogue. So... Giles, right. So, what I need to do is, I've got Eardrick there. So we're just going to go through and replace the lines. I'll try and do the voice while I'm writing this. Okay. What you doing on my land, boy? What you doing on my land, boy? A coin for your thoughts? Looks like something's troubling you. My crops. The blasted things are done for. Oi! Quit your dodging and answer me. Why are you on my land? And then go down to the next bit. I'm helping out the mayor and folk to fill this light purse of mine. And then we go to this part, which is the middle option. The mayor mentioned you're having trouble with your crops. He sent me your way to see if I can help. Oh, here we go. This is right. This is the option that the player can be a rude twat to the NPCs. I'm not able to implement the evil and good alignment thing I had because that's based on Unity reading the variables within Ink, and it's all done in C#, so I haven't really got a way of doing this. So this is something I will implement in future versions of this that I'd like to do. So the mayor mentions you're having trouble with your crops. La-di-da-di-da. Are you Giles? Do you tend to these fields? This hat and these boots be my Sunday best. Clearly, I'm the bloody farmer. What do you think? And then we do this option for the player. And we're going to say, by the gods, your tongues be sharper than a serpent's tooth. I hear trouble plagues your crops. And then in response to him with his saying about his clothing, the player can say, is this how you folk treat strangers? You're starting to make my blood boil. See that hook above? Oh, typo. See that hook above? You'll be strung up and fed to the hogs if you're not careful. Bearing in mind there isn't any pigs in the game. Well, you know, they could be. Best I play along if I wish to see coin. What troubles your harvest? See those pumpkins over yonder? The giant plum looking ones? Are they meant to look that colour? Farmer says that to man with sword. Are they meant to look that colour? They don't look too healthy. What happened? Not long after Eardrick's trees went funny, my pumpkins started doing the same. Never seen one that colour before. Wouldn't touch it with a pitchfork. Have you tried removing them before they infect the others? Don't you think I've tried? The roots run deep, as thick as an ox's thigh. Looks to hook. And what about hoisting it out from afar? The rope falls short. Nearly broke my finest tools in the attempt. I fancy a challenge. Brute force shall see it done. Watch and learn, Giles. Watch and learn. Only a madman would be daft enough to try that. Best of luck to you. Okay, so before we're just going to type the rest of the stuff. So this is Giles' second. So this is going to be, how ye getting along with those pumpkins? I'm still working on it. Come and talk to me when you're finished. Okay, and then we just need to do this bit now, which is the last section. I'll tell you what, the fact that my code design, the narrative design I've done on the graph, the fact that the amount of options and the flow is identical, allowing me to copy and paste that code and just modify the text in there. This has saved me a hell of a lot of time. Oh, I was born for this. Oh my god, I've been going 7 hours, guys. So what we'll do, once I've typed in these last two sections here at the bottom, we will, on this side here, we'll just debug it and check that it works. There's no typos. I've been streaming for 7 hours at the minute, yeah. I've got a deadline. This game needs to be done by Tuesday. Submissions Tuesday. Ye actually lifted those blighters? I'll be damned. You weren't lying about the roots. They went a great distance. As ye were yanking away, I noticed a strange happening. Tell me, what did you see? I thought my method was quite sound. With every blighter yanked from the ground, a tremor shook the soil. Seems to be headed toward the town square. Deirdre spoke of strange sounds and something about the moon. I wonder if they're connected. Beats me. I'd best get back to my work. Thanks for helping me tend the fields. Should take ye hind to the mayor and have words. And then down here for the revisit. Ah, the mighty adventurer. The mighty adventurer. Thanks again for helping with those stubborn pumpkins. It was a simple matter. Are there any signs of the disease returning? All is right as rain. Come harvest time, the folk shall have a feast to line their bellies until we meet again. Okay, that's all written. Okay, are you ready, guys? We're now gonna read through. I'm gonna save that. We're gonna test through the dialogue options that we've just typed. So this flow is for the first section of Giles. What you doing on my land, boy? Coin for your thoughts? Look like something. Oh no, actually. Are you Giles? Do you tend to these fields? This hat and these boots be my Sunday best. Clearly I'm the bloody farmer. What do you think? Is this how you folk treat strangers? You're starting to make my blood boil. See that hook above? You'll be strung up and fed to the hogs if you're not careful. Best I play along if I wish to see coin. What troubles your harvest? See those pumpkins over yonder? The giant plum-looking ones? Are they meant to look that colour? Not long after Erdrick's trees went funny, my pumpkins started doing the same. Never see one that colour before. Oh, I need typo there. Hold on. Never see one that colour before. Where is that? Never seen. There we go. Never seen one that colour before. Wouldn't touch it with a pitchfork. Have you tried removing them before they infect the others? Don't you think I've tried? The roots run deep, as thick as an ox's thigh. Looks to hook. And what about hoisting it out from afar? The rope falls short. Nearly broke my finest tools in the attempt. I can't do voices, guys. I do apologise. Watch and learn, Giles. Watch and learn. Only a madman would be daft enough to try that. Best of luck to you. Did you know with the snipping tool you can scan and copy text so you don't have to retype? But I don't know, maybe you needed to do that. I'd rather type it in manually. I like typing. I really enjoy typing. I'm a touch typist. I know I could have copied it. No, actually, no, I can't because the text is in here, dude. It's in an image. So I know you're saying about snipping tool. I don't need to do that. I'm a fast typer. So I appreciate the input though. I appreciate the suggestion. So thank you. But I really enjoy typing. It keeps keeps the skills fresh, you know. Oh, that's a game I could stream over the Christmas break. Typing of the Dead. That'd be a good one. Okay, let's just go down this again, but try the different route. A coin for your thoughts. Okay, that works. Perfect. Let's do the second one. So, how are you getting along with those pumpkins? I'm still working on it. Come and talk to me when you're finished. And then we have the complete option. You actually lifted those blighters? I'll be damned. You weren't lying about the roots. They went a great distance. As ye were yanking away, I noticed a strange happening. Tell me, what did you see? I thought my method was quite sound. With every blighter yanked from the ground, a tremor shook the soil, seemed to be headed toward the town square. Eardrick spoke of strange sounds and something about the moon. I wonder if they're connected. Beats me. I best get back to work. Thanks for helping me tend the fields. Should take you hind to the mayor and have words. And then if you were to talk to the farmer after you've left. Ah, the mighty adventurer. Thanks again for helping with those stubborn pumpkins. It was a simple matter. Are there any signs of the disease returning? All is right as rain. Come harvest time, the folk shall have a feast to line their bellies. Until we meet again. Perfect. There was one tiny bit. I wonder if they're connected. There needs to be a question mark at the end there. Perfect. Guys, have I seen Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun? No. What's that? Don't tell me it's a typing game similar to Typing of the Dead. Oh my god. Is it good? I love Typing of the Dead. I told my boys about it the other day and I was like, boys, I'm going to download Typing of the Dead and you can play it. And then when I was installing it, I saw the blood and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. I was really gutted because they would love that. But unless there's an option to turn off the gore, I'll be happy for them to play it. I've got to be a responsible parent. We've gone up 3 kilobytes in file size. It's a 12 kilobyte file. Okay, so we've got in the narrative, the narrative now. So what do we need to do? Let me just check the pumpkins. Okay. Right, so we're going to have to kind of copy this. If I implement this first, if I go to the stump with axe, NPCC, so NPCD is going to be Giles. Okay, so we're copying this code here, which will be the gateway to us picking the pumpkins. We won't be able to pick them until we've spoken to that NPC and that point of dialogue. So I'm copying that, and we're going to go into the code of the pumpkins. Are you guys enjoying the stream? Awesome. It's free on Steam. How is it free, bro? What's it called? Oh. Do you control the character, or does it automatically move? Does it automatically move? Oh, it was released 3 days before my birthday. Okay. Right, so what we're saying, we're putting in a safety thing here to say if the player's in the trigger of the pumpkin and they press E, if that's true, we check to see if Farmer Giles, why is that C? That should be D. So that's the thing that will prevent us from picking them before the quest that point in a quest line. And then if we save, so what we're doing at the moment, before we put in the trigger box and sort out the farmer, what we're doing is we're just making sure that the functionality of picking them works correctly. And we know that this is on a similar thing, on event trigger stay. So we know that this is going to create multiple thingies. I just need to actually go back to the start. No, it's on Pine Tree infected. So we added a boolean. So we have a can chop. So I'm gonna copy this because this is the what I'm going to do. Oh, that's a pain in the ass. I'm just going to... Are you serious? Why can't I move that? Oh, fuck. Right, let's copy this. And we'll go... trees failed. Right, we're going to go into pumpkin and put that down there. Check the object variable. Oh, there's no object variables. Okay, so we have pumpkins lifted, which is the scene variable, which is there. So we need to have right, I remember. Object variable tree failed. So on here, we set that to on. We set that to on. So we plug that in. So that would be is picked or is lifted, or if I just say is removed, we tick it on, and then down here we get that variable, but the object gets removed, so it's kind of like that code's not going to follow through because the pumpkin gets destroyed. So so I need a boolean. Okay. So this bit here, we set pumpkins lifted. Set pumpkins lifted. Pumpkins lifted, add 1. So we remove that. And then we add a variable to say is removed boolean. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to plug that in here. I would assume it would auto move, dude, or else it's going to be weird moving WSAD and then you have to stop to type. I'm assuming it would be auto movement. I'm a little bit worried about this. The reason why I'm worried is because if we destroy this game object, the script won't follow through. And the player's still going to be in that spot. God damn it. Can you make a object manager? I'd rather not. Everything's functioning as it is. This is just what I'm doing here. That bottom line of code bypasses the... If I plug in the adding the variable within the onTrigger state, it stacks like exponentially. And we just need it to only happen during certain state. On trigger exit, it's like what we need to do is toggle. If I toggled it off, if I turned the mesh renderer off, fuck's sake. So there's still going to be a... Oh, actually... The mesh renderer, I assume, just shows the model. So if I turn that off, then to the player, it appears that it's gone. But we will only destroy it when the player steps out of that trigger. Excellent. That's what we want, because I'll explain the problem. If I'd have left game object destroy in this line of code, this would finish before the player leaves the trigger. So we do that on here then. So mesh renderer. Would that be that? Makes the rendered 3D object visible. That would do it, right? When we're on a pumpkin, if we spoke to Giles, we lift it, we wait 4 seconds for the animation to follow through, and then we say that it's been removed, and we hide it, and then when the player leaves the pumpkin, we then add 1 to pumpkins lifted, turn the trigger off, destroy the object. Okay, so that should work. GG guys, GG. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to need to add those variables is removed to the other pumpkins. Okay, I have faith that that code's going to function as intended. Another swig of my coffee. Okay, so what have we done? We've put in the limitation so that the player can't jump ahead in the quest progression. We're saying, no, you're not picking the pumpkins until you've spoken to the farmer. And you're not going to be able to speak to the farmer until his trigger box is enabled, which is going to be in the order of the quest line. So pumpkin functionality done. So now we need to follow these steps. Right, let's do this. Oh, coffee at 3 AM. Yes, dude. Well, like I say, my deadline is on the 16th, and we are on the, I don't know what number NPC. There's only, after this one, there's only Gisela the Crone and Priest Athelstan. There's literally a couple more, and then I get them working. And then all I've got to do is literally, if the player was to die, I need to respawn them. And then a pause menu and a main menu. That's it, and then it's done. And I'm on a roll. I'm literally on a roll right now. Like I've got the energy to keep going. This is exciting me, just seeing everything come to life and work as intended. So it's when I'm in dev mode like this and I'm getting shit done, I just keep going. Update to known issues list. Picking up pumpkin turns my moustache purple. Oh, dude. Love it. Oh my god. You bring the humour, dude. Okay. Right. So, Farmer Gillies. Farmer Gillies. Okay, so we need to... He's going to have 2 trigger boxes. Okay. What I need to do first, actually, so we need to let's copy the trigger. I'm going to follow the steps I made to myself. And once we've got this in, we'll play test it and make sure it works. So we're going to copy that trigger on Eardrick and then paste on Gillies as his one. So we're going to rename that to event trigger Gillies 1. So copy the ink trigger child, rename it to the new NPC name. We've done that. And make new script, add variables. Well, the only variable on that is the panel text box. So we need to remove this script machine and add script machine, new scripts, and this is going to be UI trigger Gillies. I know it's not Gillies, I'm just saying it because it's funny. UI trigger Gillies 1. Delete that out. And then we copy this bit there. UI trigger Farmer Giles 1. Do that. And the variable, object variable is the panel box, so that's working. So now we just copy the code. So that is on Eardrick. So now we go back to Giles and we do that. So that is basically setting the player, setting Farmer Giles name to display in the dialogue UI panel. And then below here, this is the first instance for this farmer. So after speaking to the NPC, we're going to say NPCD equals 1. At the moment, the NPC is 0. So NPCD 1. And that is all good for that one. So copy the script information from the previous graph. Done that. Next, we need to set up the animation for NPC with talk state. So go into our character folder and it's time to make Farmer Gillies folder. We're going to plonk him in there on his lonesome. Look at him, he looks so sad. And we're going to get the animation for Farmer Gillies talking. shit. Oh, what the fuck was that pain? Jesus. Oh. Need that ball. So no exit time. Talking true. Talking false. Perfect. Right, so we've set up the animation for the NPC with talk state. Add script graph to NPC for them to handle talking. So script. So Farmer Jails. Farmer Giles. Oh! What was that? Where did that come from? What am I doing? What are you doing, Mike? Are there any object variables on there? Ink trigger 1, ink trigger 2. Okay. I'll copy that. And on Farmer Gillies. Farmer Gillies. Event trigger Giles 1. Now, what we're going to do on here is copy all of that and go to Farmer Gillies, paste that there, save the game, save the project, sorry. Right, so, is talking. This handles him talking. Trigger 1 active, trigger 2 active. So, okay. Conditions for the first trigger to be active. Okay, so let's have a refer to this. So what's the conditions for being able to talk to Farmer Gillies? Well, the conditions are that TC is 1 and QIP equals 1. That's the condition. So TC 1. Oh, I love this song, dude. Oh my god, it always gets me in a good mood. Oh, it's like one of my favourite ones on this streaming music. It's just so upbeat, you know? Right, TC1, QIP1. I love those dinosaurs, dude. Right, and then we're going to put in a block here to say if pumpkins lifted equals 4, that is what's going to prohibit repeating this box. So the conditions to show this are TC1 and QIP1. it will then go through. If that's true, it will check, are the pumpkins lifted? If the pumpkins aren't lifted, the trigger's active. If they have been lifted, then it's not active. So we have put in the active and inactive. So now what we need to do is go into the trigger and put in the not name. So we can see here we have Eardrick start. So this is going to be Giles start. And then what we need to do is go to the graph and okay. I believe this is the bit we need to copy here. So you see, I spoke with the mayor, Eardrick. If I just copy that and read that. Eardrick the Woodsman needs my help removing the infected pine trees. So we would basically copy this, because that follows on from this bit. So we plug that in there. So provided the TC and QIP are 1-1, it will do that. And then the next part will be if NPC D is 1. And then we need to write in here. So we're going to say Farmer Giles needs some help removing some diseased pumpkins. Farmer Giles needs some. Farmer Giles needs my help in removing some diseased pumpkins. These. What is it with you and slaying everyone? Farmer Giles is an alright chap. There are a number of pumpkins the pumpkins can be found in the fields surrounding his farm. Once I've removed the pumpkins, I need to speak with him. Okay, and then what I need to do is that, and then go along and do that. So one line, break, next line, break. Okay, so now that I've got that, I can go into here and put that in. So that is going to correctly update the quest journal. And then what does this one say? Alright, so now that we've got that one in, guys, what we need to do now, that's the first trigger box for Farmer Giles. That works good. I've barely been drinking my coffee, guys. No worries, Mr. Sodo. Hakuna Matata. Right. So okay, cool. Right, so now what we're gonna do, we've got everything in there. We've got the variables, we've got the not name. So now what we need to do is put on the second trigger, which handles the second flow of code. And I'll just follow my little points I've made to myself. For all int triggers setting active, yeah, okay, cool. I just need to follow the same steps. So save the project. So we're going to copy that trigger. We're going to paste as child, rename it to the second trigger. Whilst we're here, we're going to the object. Oh, just while we're here, we're going to just add trigger 2, trigger 2, trigger 2. There we go. Right, sorry. So we've added the trigger. We need to remove this script graph and put in the second one. So remove component, add script machine, new scripts, and we'll UI trigger Giles 2. Get rid of that. And then copy the little title information there. Right, that's in. And then the variables, panel text box, that's there. So now what we do is, if we look on Eardrick, we can see it's different there, okay? So we'll copy the code from the first one, copy that, put that there, and then if we go to this one, this is different, okay? So go on there, and paste that, and you can see the difference with this one. Because this is the second trigger, we need to update to say the task has been complete. Right, so when we exit the trigger, the player is already going to be at TC1. They're already going to be at TC1. So we would put that into 1. So when we exit it, if TC is 1, then we're gonna set TC to 2. And if we just go on to quest in progress. So when we leave the second trigger, so when we return to this NPC, we're saying if our task completed is 1, we're going to set the variable to 2. And the quest in progress is turned off, so that when we go back to Mayor Beowulf, we'll then be able to do the stuff for that one. TC1, do that. Right, okay. So Giles start, and then that is going to be Giles complete. And then we need to make sure that this aligns correctly. So if TC1 and QIP is 1, then this trigger is enabled. If pumpkins lifted is 4, so if that's not happened yet, we're going to show that. If the pumpkins have been lifted, we're going to turn that trigger off. For trigger 2, we're getting the scene variable of pumpkins lifted, and the condition is that 4 have been lifted. If 4 have been lifted, if that's true, we show the second trigger. If it's false, we don't. I do believe that is gonna be fully functional now, guys. Should we give it a test? Oh, before I do that, we need to do this. Let me just check what's going on here. Right, let's check here. Hold on. So we go off of the false on this one. So if TC1 and QIP 1 is false, so let me just try and copy those ones, copy, bring that down here. So off of the false, we're going to that one. And this is going to be TC2. So if TC2 is done and there's no quest in progress, then we will copy this and need to type in the thing here. So I helped Farmer Giles remove his diseased pumpkins. He said I should go back to Mayor Beowulf and speak, but it's basically going to be the same. I'm just going to keep that as consistent. So I helped Farmer Giles remove his diseased pumpkins. He said I should go back to Mayor Beowulf and speak with him. I should find him near the town well. Okay, let's test it, guys. I don't even know how long it took me just to do the writing and then just do what I've done. So everything is in there. We've got the knots correctly named. Let's give it a test on nervous. This is always the nervous bit, when you do loads of work on it and then you just hope it works. Okay, so I'm going to have the journal up so we can make sure that it's correctly being updated. Oh, let's just test we can't pick those pumpkins quickly. Yeah, can't do anything. That's good. Because it's the instructions. When I add in the main menu, it's going to have a controls list there. I might also put it in the pause menu. I've kept a list of the controls as I've developed the game. No. Here we go. I helped Eardrick remove his trees. You're watching that quest log, guys, up the top left. So now, when we talk to Beowulf, okay, Mayor Beowulf seemed happy with the help I gave Eardrick. He's now asked me to check in on Farmer Giles. So now, I still shouldn't be able to pick this. Perfect. So now we should be able to do the dialogue with Giles. What you doing on my land, boy? Were you Giles? Do you tend to these fields? This hat and these boots be my Sunday best. Clearly I'm the bloody farmer. What do you think? By the gods, your tongues be sharper than a serpent's tooth. I hear troubles plague a Is this how you folk treat strangers? It's starting to make my blood boil. See that hook above? You'll be strung up and fed to the hogs if you're not careful. I just thought what I might do, you notice how I've got quotation marks in my options. I'm thinking I might remove the quotation marks from the player options because the top bit of that is the NPC talking, so I think I might remove the quotation marks on the player options. I think that will look nicer. There we go, the quest log's updated. Farmer Giles needs my help removing some diseased pumpkins that are rooted deep. The pumpkins can be found in the fields around his farms. Once I've removed the pumpkins, I need to speak with him. How are you getting along with those pumpkins? I'm still working on it. Okay, let's test it. Should be able to pick them. Yes! Cheers, dude. Right, so now that that's done, what should happen is we go over to him and we get the next bit of dialogue because we've picked the 4 pumpkins. So we're expecting to see different dialogue, and then when we leave the trigger, the quest log should update to say you need to speak to Beowulf. Fingers crossed, guys. Yes! Fuck yes! You actually lifted those blighters! I'll be damned! You weren't lying about the roots. They went a great distance. As ye were yanking away, I noticed a strange happening. Tell me, what did you see? I thought my method was quite sound. With every blighter yanked from the ground, a tremor shook the soil. Seemed to be headed toward the town square. I don't know why I'm doing an Irish accent. Edric spoke of strange sounds and something about the moon. I wonder if they're connected. Beats me. Oh, went out of character there. Beats me. I best get back to me work. Thanks for helping me tend the fields. Should take you home to the mayor and have words. Exit dialogue. So now if I move away, the quest log should update top left. I helped Farmer Giles remove his diseased pumpkins. He said I should go back to Mayor Beowulf and speak with him. I should find him near the town well. And then if we move into Giles again, he should thank you for help with the pumpkins. Ah, the mighty adventurer. Thanks again for helping me with those stubborn pumpkins. It was a simple matter. Are there any signs of the disease returning? All is right as rain. Come harvest time, the folk shall have a feast to line their bellies. Until we meet again. Oh, it works so well, guys! Oh, it works so well. It works so freaking well. And then what we need to do now is the 3rd trigger box for the mayor. So that is Farmer Giles. Guys, that is Farmer Giles done. Fully functional, no problems. That quest journal, I'm so happy with the placement of it. The colour of it fits in with the rest of the UI. That looks cool. Guys, bloody thumbs up. So how many NPCs have we got left to do? We've got to do Gisela the Crone and Priest Athelstan. And that's it. And you can see how quickly we're getting through this. The dialogue, the flow of the dialogue for the NPCs is consistent, easy to copy and just amend the text in fields. The process of putting in the trigger boxes, making sure the code, it's all kind of just, you copy it and then you adjust the bits relevant for whatever you're doing in the game. What's the time? 20 to 4. Fucking hell. Oh. I can keep going. I need to keep going. I just need to keep going. I know the UI, putting in a main menu and stuff is not going to be hard. I've already got a load of UI assets for that. What I do want to do quickly though, where is the HUD? What I'm going to do is I am just going to remove the XP bar because I'm not having the XP bar. Actually, I'm going to leave that in. I'm going to leave that in. I was basically going to remove it just for submission because it's not functional, but it's there because it will be implemented. I mean, to be fair, looking at it, you can't really tell it's another little bit, really. Okay. No, I don't think they will. I mean, that bottom bar, the reason why I don't want to remove it, I was going to just delete it. And then, because I actually, once I've submitted this project, I actually want to build on it. I want to add in loads more stuff. I want to add in different monsters, wildlife, skill page where you can like, have stats where you level up, you get experience. I want to add all of this. Like, I want to build on this project after I've submitted it because I see a lot of potential in this. I've always wanted to make an RPG and I can have stuff like inventory and, you know, so many different potential things. So that bottom bar, if I was to delete that out and shift down the HP bar and the two ability icons, it will look relevant, you know, as in these are the functioning things at the moment, but I don't see any harm in leaving that bottom bar in, because you wouldn't know really unless I said, you know, that's the XP bar, like it looks part of the HP bar. You wouldn't really be able to tell. Like, it's the same colour, it's It's half the size as well, so I'm just going to leave that in. Okay. Right, what do we need to do now, guys? What have we done? We've got Farmer Giles fully functional, which means it's time for Mayor Beowulf. Dialogue trees. What is that one? That is Giles. Oh, guys, I'll tell you what. I'm just flowing with energy at the moment because this is like the final bit. Everything else is in engine. All the combat is polished. All the features for carrying out the quest line are functional with no bugs. This is the final glue for holding this all together. When this narrative is finally in, that's it. Quest complete. Like literally. Okay. So we've done stage 1, 2, and now we're on to 3. So 3 is here. And if you have a look there, guys, you can see again we have one option. We have NPC, two player, one NPC, 2 player. The same exact flow of graph. So I can copy and paste the dialogue for Beowulf 3. Okay, so save. Yes, I have. I actively play old school RuneScape, currently 81 sailing. I've also played RuneScape 3 and I bought RuneScape Dragon Wilds a couple of days after the Shadow drop. I don't have any friends to play it with though. And I haven't played it since it was released. So, yeah. Oh God, I've got to be at university in like 5 hours. But the thing is, tomorrow, it's like I'm making so much more time. Like when I go to uni on a Thursday, it's all day. It's literally what? How many hours? 9 till 4. What's that? 7 hours. And the only thing I wouldn't work on my project there because it's a different version of Unity they have. So it's kind of like I can get this finished if I've got all the time at home, but I also have a car that needs a new tyre fitted, so it's kind of like I feel like I've got the energy to kind of go into uni with no sleep, but then it means I need to stop waffling. I just need to be active. I'm waffling so much. Right, let's look through here. So what have we got? We've got Eardrick. Okay. Alright, so what we're doing here, I think we're going to copy NPC Beowulf Start 3. Yeah, because look, if I look at the flow on here, what is that one for? That's for Eardrick tells me you've been of great help. Yeah, so we copy from this bit to there. So actually, it doesn't actually look that big. That's what she said. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. So copy that, and then we press enter, and then paste. And then we need to change this to start 3, and this needs to be NPCB3, and this needs to be 3. This needs to be 3, and then we need to do the variable at the top. That one. Jesus Christ. And then if we go down, no errors. And as you can see, that is actually quite a small section compared to like this NPC, for example. Right, let's do this. So here we go. News has travelled fast of your work. Farmer Giles is said to be over the moon. Thank you, adventurer. Trees, and now pumpkins. Tiresome labour demands good coin. ... That's 2 jobs I've helped you with now. When will you pay up? Thanks for keeping me company, guys. It's nice to have people in chat while I'm working through the night. That's 2 jobs I've helped you with now. When will you pay up? The townsfolk appreciate your efforts. The townsfolk appreciate your efforts, but I believe there remains one more person I need you to check upon. ... The coin had best be worth the trouble. ... This better be the last of it. You have my word. You are a stern taskmaster. Wouldn't you agree? Surely you hail from distant lands. All that is lacking is a whip in your hand. Never in my days have I been so insulted. You came offering your service for coin. You would do well to learn patience. My patience wears thin. Who is this last person that requires help? Old Gisela the crone has been having difficulty acquiring certain reagents for her craft. Pay her a visit at her shack near the church. And off I go again. No doubt she is a witch of sorts. I shall return soon. What should he say after that? What should you say, Beowulf? Greyvale is in your debt. How are you getting along helping Gisela? I'm working on it. Come and speak to me once you're done. Where can I find Gisela again? In her shack to the north. Just a stone's throw from the church. And that's it. So all I have to do now is just test that works, check for typos, put that in on to Beowulf, and then we have to write the code for Gisela. And then we have to do the Oh my god. So Edric, Giles, Gazella. So the last bit is confronting Athelstan. Alright, let's test this, guys. Right, here we go. News has travelled fast of your work. Farmer Giles is said to be over the moon. Thank you, adventurer. Trees are now pumpkins. Tiresome labour demands good coin. The townsfolk appreciate your efforts, but I believe there remains one more person I need you to check upon. Perfect. Right. Let's drop this into the project. So save. We save that. We delete that. And then we put that in there, which is the most up to date. Right. Okay, so what do we need to do? We've got the narrative in there. We need to add on we need to add on the third box for the mayor. Okay. Here we go, guys. Event trigger mayor 2. Save the project, copy that. Paste as child, rename it 3, Right, so copy the ink trigger child, rename it, we've done that. Make new script. Make new script, okay? So remove that and it's going to be UI trigger mode 3. UI trigger Maya 3. UI trigger Maya 3. And then we copy that, change that to 3, go to that. Make the new script and add the variables. We've done that. Copy the script information from the previous graph. Okay. So when we leave Farmer Giles, that QIP set to 0. When we go to this one, the QIP when we leave is set to 1. So copy the script information from the previous graph, done that. Set animation up for NPC with talk state, done. Add script graph to NPC for them to handle talking, done. In Visual Script, make sure trigger is toggled in active. So we need to go to the thing here. Oh my god. We need to add this game object. So trigger 3 is the game object. Ink trigger 2, ink trigger 3. Think, Mike. Think. Right. So we don't need to do anything on there. We need to go on here, and we've put in the variable there. So in Visual Script, make sure the trigger is toggled in active based on game state. So what I need to do is copy this, paste this there. Conditions for ink trigger 3. Conditions for ink trigger 3 to be active. So this is trigger 3 active. Save. Copy that, paste that. Copy and pasta, as they say. Ugh. Trigger 3 active. Trigger 3 active, so if TC equals 0, TC equals 1. So this one will be TC equals 2, I believe, because after Farmer Giles, TC, on leaving that trigger, TC is set to 2. TC set to 2. So trigger 3 is active, the custom event. So providing task complete is on 2, we're going to do that. Trigger free active is in there. In Visual Script, make sure the trigger is toggled in active based on game state. Now on the inspector for the trigger, we need to, on the inspector for the trigger, set the narrative not. So if we have a look on these ones, so that one is NPC Beowulf start 1, that is start 2, so this is going to be start 3. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. So 1, 2, and 3. Update journal and PC graph based on NPC variable status. That's the last step. So we go up to here and oh, hold on a second. When the player leaves that, yes, set QRP to 1. Alright, so based on the basis of the other things, what does this bit say here? Mayor Ben was seemed happy with the help I gave Edric. He asked me to check and farm jars. Okay. Right, so we now copy this. And that would go off of the false of this one. So if TC is 2, so hold on a second. So if TC is 2 and quest in progress is 1, so if that's not true, it would go down to there. So 1 1 that way, drop down 1 2 0, and then 2 1 1 0 1 1 2 0 2 1. Okay. Right. Basically, once I've just typed the code, the message to go in the quest log, we'll test this and make sure that it works. It should be flawless, and then we can do Gisella's code. There is no point in me going to sleep. Literally, no point when I've got uni in like 3 hours. TC2, quest in progress 1. No bum wasn't happy with the help I gave. Okay. Yeah. Oh well, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, like I say, going to uni, like I could do with just being at home and being in engine, because I've got my kids this weekend, and I'm not going to have any time to do any dev. It just, I've been going nearly 8-9 hours solid on this tonight, and I can't do that at the weekend when I've got my boys. So when I've got the time, I have to use that time and just smash it. And if I don't get much sleep, I don't get much sleep. When this is submitted, the Christmas period is my break, and I get about a month off until I'm back in January. So I'll get all the rest I need then. But this is my biggest project that I've done. Mayor Beowulf is very pleased. Mayor Beowulf is very pleased with The mayor... No, I have 4. I'm 38. The mayor... The mayor is... I'll return to Mayor Beowulf and he was happy. Thank you, dude. I will do. I'm very excited, actually. I'm going to let them have a go. Yeah, like the last time they were here, like so much work has been done on it. So I think they'll really like it. You know, it's got all their reading's phenomenal. So hopefully they won't skip through the dialogue. I have a tendency of doing that in some games if it's too wordy. So hopefully they'll take time to read their dad's writing. But yeah, I think they'll enjoy fighting the skeletons and stuff. So yeah. You skipped through RuneScape? What do you mean you skipped through it? As in you played through it? Oh, you mean the dialogue in RuneScape? Yeah, got ya. I mean, to be fair, I'm like that with a lot of RPGs. Like, sometimes the dialogue's quite a lot. But, like Fallout 4, for example, sometimes if it's Preston Garvey giving you another bloody quest to help another settlement, I'll just script through that, all of it. But then when it's like dialogue with like, I don't know, Paladin Dance, when you find out he's a synth, hashtag spoiler alert, sorry. You know, stuff like that, you really watch that and take it in. So, yeah. Right, sorry. So I returned to Mayor Beowulf, and he was pleased again with the help I gave Farmer Giles. He has asked me to speak with one last villager Gisela the Crone regarding some reagents. He has asked me to help. He has asked me to help one last villager, Gisela the Crone, regarding some reagents. I can find her just east of the church. Okay, so now, if TC is 2 and quest in progress, we do that. Okay, what do I need to do now? Let's just check everything is in. When we leave that, QIP, and then TC2, 1. Right, we're ready to test. So the woodsman's done, the farmer's done, Dunric's done. This is the 3rd stage of Beowulf's dialogue. He only has 2 more. So what we're going to do, we're going to play through and we're going to get to the stage where he tells us to go and help the crone. Pardon me. I hear you, dude. I hear you. I've already tested it. It won't progress to the next trigger box until you've chopped 3 trees. Already tested, dude. I love that little quest log. It looks so cool. It's just a nice frame, isn't it? And it's not, you can still see the game. You can still have that up there and it's not too intrusive. You know, you've still got enough space in the game to, you know, look around. Right, here we go. This is what I've just put in. So when we go up to the mayor, it should say, thanks for helping the farmer. News has travelled fast of your work. Farmer Giles is said to be over the moon. Thank you, adventurer. Trees are now pumpkins. Tiresome labour demands good coin. I'm going to go down. That's 2 jobs I've helped you with now. When will you pay up? The townsfolk appreciate your efforts, but I believe there remains one more person I need you to check upon. You're a stern taskmaster, wouldn't you agree? Surely you hail from distant lands. All that is lacking is a whip in your hand. Never in my days have I been so insulted. You came offering your service for coin, you would do well to learn patience. My patience wears thin. Who is this last person that requires help? Old Gisela the Crone has been having difficulty acquiring certain reagents for her craft. Pay her a visit at her shack near the church. No doubt she is a witch of sorts. I shall return soon. Gravel was in your debt. Right, so if I now leave the trigger, top left changed. There we go. It just updated. Secrets of Greyvale. I returned to Mayor Beowulf and he was pleased again with the help I gave Farmer Giles. He has asked me to help one last villager, Gisela the Crone, regarding some reagents. I can find her just east of the church. And there she is. I'm really happy with the music track I swapped out. The one I had before was so crap. Possibly missing a hero symbol icon for decoration. A hero symbol? What? Are you on about the HUD? Or I don't know what you mean by a hero symbol. Right, so basically that is all working. What we need to do now is write Gisela's code in. And again, it's not going to take long. I'm thinking, right, if I just smash, I could do another 2 hours dev, go to uni, sleep at uni if I need to. I think I could just do that. Like a quest symbol. Oh, are you on about above the heads of the NPCs? Like that typical exclamation mark above the head? The standard for most RPGs, right? I guess that's what you... No, like the HUD with all the text. A quest icon. Well, that's on the bottom right, dude. Can you see at the bottom right? Above the minimap, there's a little exclamation mark for the quest journal. When you press J, it shows up over there. And the reason why I didn't put the quest journal top right is because we already have the mini-map, which is larger than the health bar and the HUD ability, the special abilities. It's almost double the height. So, and I intended on putting on the stat, the stat icon for player stats above the quest icon. So it was more, I like the left-hand side to be where the UI gets displayed. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, if I were to add more quests to the game, I would probably have extra functionality with that. So, you know, if you had multiple quests on the go, it would be like, I don't know, the option to scroll through or select them. But it's literally just because this is a solo narrative project and there's only one quest, one narrative. I only need to have the journal do that for one thing. So yeah. Right, let's get Gisela done. I'm going to need another coffee. But I'm really happy that works. And if we go back to him, how are you getting on helping Gisela? Where can I find Gisela? In a shack to the north, just stone's throw. Yeah, right. Let me have a quick bio. I'm going to make a coffee and then we're going to smash out Gisela. And then after Gisela, it's going to be the priest, which is the final NPC. Right, I'm just making my coffee, guys. 30 seconds. Okay, we've got a little bit of an issue. Yes, I love instant coffee. I'm not one of those coffee snobs and drink posh shit. Instant, I love instant. And besides, like the pod coffee and coffee from Costa or Starbucks, anything like that, for some reason, their coffee always seems to send my ticker racing. Whereas instant coffee tastes amazing, does the job. And yeah, but I do have an issue. I've literally run out of milk, so I'm on my last coffee, which is not good. And it's 4:30 in the morning. All the shops are shut, so that's a bit shit. Honestly, the amount of coffee I go through during dev. What am I gonna do? My kids drink soya milk, like an allergy, so but that tastes like shit, and I really do not want to stick that in a drink. It'll just be bloody awful. Can't stand the stuff. Right, what do we need to do now? So we need to do a Gazella, don't we? It works. What works, dude? Okay. Right, so Giles. This is soya milk. It's like no, I've got a hiatus hernia thing, so I get acid reflux, and I can drink black coffee, but if I don't have it milky, like if I have a milky coffee, then obviously it's not going to be as sour, if you like, on the gut. So it's basically better if I have milk in it. Worst case scenario, I have to have a black coffee, or try it with my kids' milk and just see how rough that is. Okay. Right, we're going to do Gazella the Crone now. So... Right, I should be able to copy this. So if we look at the flow here, this section handles Farmer Giles dialogue. So we go down, and it's basically all of that. So there's going to be 2 trigger boxes. And then the last NPC after Gazella is Priest Athelstan. Right, let's do this, guys. Let's smash this out the park. Once I've got this narrative in, the whole functionality of the game is done. All I need to do is add in what happens in the instance the player dies. We need to respawn them. And What else do we need to do? Just the main menu and then the pause menu. Very easy to do. I've already got that done in another project, so I can just look at the code there, copy it across, job done, Bob's your uncle, bing bang bosh. Okay, let's go. So remember, the flow of the dialogue is exactly the same. This section handles Gisela the Crone's dialogue. So this is going to be Gisela start. And this is going to be NPC ABCDE. So all I need to do is go in and change the name. Literally. NPC Gisela. And this will be NPCE. It really helps that I planned out my dialogue in these flowcharts. I did all of this before even working in ink. This was done months back. The fact that I've planned this out has really made this easy to implement. Really, really easy. Right, so Gisela, E, Gisela, Gisela, NPC, E, Gisela, NPC, E. Gisela. Have you tried sailing in old school RuneScape? I don't know if you're an active player. Right, so we've got Gisela complete, NPC E1, E, Gisela. So what we now need to do is go up to the top and basically copy these variables and paste them there, and then just change that to E and then E. And there we go. There we have it, guys. We have Gisela on that. So now all I need to do is go through and change the wording, and it won't take too long, and then we're done. Oh, really? I tend to buy the annual membership. It works out a lot cheaper doing that. And whilst I've been doing the written side of my assignments, I always have RuneScape in the background. Sailing is amazing. I'm not even joking. It's a lot of fun. The sailing skill. Like, I'm level 81 at the moment. And 6 levels off of doing the opulent salvage. And then you get 200 a whole. Honestly, it's so much fun, dude. It's a really cool skill. It's a good way to level construction as well. Okay, here we go. Let's type Gisela's one out. Oh, one sec. What seems OP? What, farming? It's a really good skill. Like, it's I've seen people leveling it with the sailing trials or something, but I've leveled all the way to 81 doing salvage. And I really enjoy it. Yeah, honestly, I used to level construction in a play-around house making mahogany flat pack furniture. But with sailing, you can actually use those planks to make repair kits for the boat. And instead of just sinking planks into leveling up construction, you're at least making a bit of money back doing that. So it is really good. Like, I've got 80 construction at the minute. But it's a really expensive skill to level. You can check out me on Old School RuneScape High Scores. That's my username, if you want to have a quick look. Right, let's type this. Who goes there? Step closer and reveal yourself to me. What fine wares and deeds do you provide within these walls? Cheers, dude. I know I need to work on my melee combat, but I absolutely love ranged combat, hence why it's my highest melee stat. What fine wares and deeds do you provide within these walls? I dabble in sundry crafts, herbal remedies for your elixirs. Oh, for God's sake. Elixirs. Alchemical arts to turn rags to riches. What is your desire? Yeah, I'll check it when I'm stopped. I'm going to be going for another 2 hours, I think. That's going to make this an 11-hour stream. That's ridiculous. Oh my God. I'm really hoping I get a good mark for this project because honestly, dude, everything you see in the game, I've modelled myself. All of the code, all of the mechanics. I've got a lot of stuff in here. I have no idea what the other students have made. I really don't know what they've done. So I'm quite competitive as well. So I like to kind of be the best. It's just like wired into my DNA. But I'm not a dick about it. I wouldn't rub it in people's faces. You know, I'm not that kind of person. I dabble in sundry crafts, herbal remedies for your elixirs, alchemical arts to turn rags to riches. What is your desire? I come on official business. I come on official business on behalf of the mayor. The question is, what can I do for you? I come on official business on behalf of the mayor. The question is, what can I do for you? The mayor met, right, that's that option. Greetings, fair maiden. The mayor tells me you're in need of assistance. I assume you must be Gisela, the crone. Do you guys like the music, by the way? The synthwave music that I always have on my streams. No, kind sir. I am but a young maiden in need of rescue from my imprisonment. Do not be deceived by my looks. No, kind sir, I am but a young maiden in need of rescue from my imprisonment. Do not be deceived by my looks. Glad you like it, dude. You folk are a witty and jesting bunch, aren't you? Beowulf has sent me something concerning supplies. There is little of maidenhood about you. I suspect a cackle, an eye of newt, and lizard's tail mixed with a time-worn chant. Be wary of your tongue, boy, or you may end up in that cauldron over there as a slimy toad. Oh, I love it. That's the spirit. I knew you had it in you. But let us avoid all charms and spells and talk about the problem that ails you. Have you made a trip to the burial ground of late? Have you made a trip to the burial ground of late? The graveyard to the north? Beyond the church? No. Why do you ask? What reason have I to trudge about where the spirits sleep? The realm is plagued with demons and beasts enough already. It is overrun with the dead. Skeletons armed with blades in hand. I have been unable to gather the special ingredient for my finest elixirs. Why has the town guard not dealt with them? Surely they can manage a handful of skeletons. They tremble to their bones. Forgive the pun. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. The men did speak of clearing them out, only for them to return. The men did speak of clearing them out, only for them to return. It bears the mark of necromancy. Tell me more of this ingredient you need. It is named the Moonlight Herb, a scarce plant that only grows near the departed. I require 5 to craft my elixirs. I require 5 to craft. I have faced far greater threats than a mere stack of bones. Leave it with me. I will show the town guard how a real man faces death headlong. I will show the town guard how a real man faces death in the face. No, faces death in the face. I will show the town guard how a real man confronts I will show the town guard how a real man confronts death. I will show the town guard how a real man confronts death head on. I will show the town guard how a real man confronts death in the face. I will show the town guard how a real man confronts death face to face. Oh. I can show you my game from uni, but I only just put the only photo I've saved. Okay. I don't know how you'll send that. I don't think... I'm assuming you can't send pictures through this Twitch. Oh my god, where's my thing gone? Why's the music stopped? I will show the town guard how a real man confronts death face to face. Their numbers are greater than they seem, adventurer. In your absence, I shall do some digging into this necromancy. And alas, another pun. Oh, okay, cool. I can't, it looks like it's been hidden. I'm assuming you put a link in there. If you type in like your itch profile maybe, or actually if you go on itch, I've got my panel below. Maybe you can send me a message on itch and say, hey, it's Mr. Solo from Twitch, and then I'll be able to find your profile and look at the game. So I'm hoping that's an option. Right, their numbers are greater than they seem, adventurer. In your absence, I shall do some digging into this necromancy, and alas, another pun. How are you getting along gathering those herbs? I'm still working on it. Come and talk to me when you're finished. Okay, so that's the first block for her done. And then here we go. The last bit to write, guys, for Gazella. Sip of the coffee. You succeeded. You fended off the undead and obtained the herbs. They were far from common skeletons. The one behind their summoning wields great and potent magic. And yes, I've spelled magic like that intentionally. That is not a typo. Whilst you were away foraging, I discovered certain truths about the necromantic arts. Speak then. I have risked my life. Oh. Speak then. I have risked my hide for these rare herbs of yours. Get ready for the spoiler alert in the quest line, guys. Get ready for the spoiler alert. It turns out, dum dum dum, that our priest has been mingling with strangers from out of town. And not of the goodly kind. Whispers tell of demon worshippers. Could it be that the priest and his misbegotten kin are somehow entangled in these strange happenings within the town? I have a feeling that a danger far graver awaits you than the undead in the graveyard. Deliver this message to the mayor with haste. I couldn't find a way to send a message, but I left a comment. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. I'll check it out, dude, when I stop streaming. I've got about another 2 hours before I need to get ready and leave, so it's all good. I have a feeling that a danger far graver awaits you. I have a feeling that a danger far graver awaits you than the undead in the graveyard. Deliver this message to the mayor with haste. No, that's fine. I'm tight anyway, dude. I've had car problems. I had a flat tire. I've had to get 3 new wheels. I'm getting the 4th one tomorrow. The alloy has cost an arm and a leg to get fixed. Like, I'm seriously, like, this month has been a bastard. It's not been a good month financially. So, times are tight. Well met, adventurer. I thank you once again for your help in gathering these precious herbs. No risk, no reward. As they say. How fair your supplies? I trust they are sufficient. Thanks to you, I shall not need moonlight herbs for some time. Safe travels, adventurer. Oh, adventurer. Right, that's done. Now we just need to do the top bit, and then we can test the dialogue. So if we copy that and then this would be Gazella start, Gazella start, Gazella second, Gazella that, Gazella that. Save it. Right, here we go. Here we go, guys. Who goes there? Step closer and reveal yourself to me. What fine wares and deeds do you provide within these walls? There's a typo. Okay, dude. I'll be here. That's the spirit. I knew you had it in you. But let's avoid all charms and spells and talk about the problem that ails you. Right. That is the dialogue for Gazella done. Let's whack it in. Okay, so we've got the Mayor's Stage 3 in. So what we need to do is go through the process for the crone. So welcome to the stream. So we've got another viewer. Welcome, welcome. So what we need to do is go through the steps I jotted down. So if we open up Gazella, save. So she has 2 trigger boxes. Same for Eodric and Farmer Giles. So this is actually gonna function the same as Farmer Giles. With Eodric, he has the axe, so you require a tool to do that task. But with Gazella, it's picking herbs, similar to the pumpkins. You pick the pumpkins, you pick the herbs. There's no other tool required. So on that basis, I'm going to copy the event trigger from Giles and paste that on Gazella. So first step, copy the ink trigger. Copy that. Paste as a child onto her. Oh my god, it's as big as her. Jesus. Okay, first step is to copy and rename it. So this is going to be event trigger Gazella 1. Rename to new NPC name, make new script. So it retains the NPC name variable. So we're going to remove the script graph that was on there. We're going to add a script machine, new scripts, and this is going to be, if I just pick that one and call it UI trigger Gazella 1. Welcome back, dude. And then what we need to do is just copy that and paste that on there. We're now basically adding in the trigger boxes for the last task for the NPC. This is quite exciting, dude. We're getting very close. So UI trigger, oh, not Farmer Gazella, Jesus. UI trigger Gazella the Crone. Copy that. Paste that. Okay, so copy the trigger and give it its own script. We've done that. So now what we need to do is make the new script. We've done that. Copy the script information from the previous graph. So we're going to Giles and we're going to copy that and we're going to paste that there. Oh, we need to add a scene variable. So this needs to be NPCE. NPCE integer 0. That needs to go to NPCE. Save. Right, so this graph is going to be setting the Crone's name to a panel in the quest dialog box. Sorry, not the quest dialog box, the dialog panel. And when we exit the trigger, we're saying that NPC E is 1 to show that we've talked to her. Okay. So copy the script information from the previous graph. Now we've got to set up the animation for NPC with the talk state. So to do that, I need to open up my folder with the animations for Gazella. And we need to go into our character folder. We're going to save the project. And now Gazella gets her own folder. Look at that. Let's give her a home. Ooh. So we're going to put her in there. And then we're going to drop in the talking animation. Gazella talking. Save. And then we're going to click on Gazella, click on the animator, and drag the talking in there. And then it's called talking. Everything has to be consistent with the naming. And then we need to copy this boolean. Go on there, add bool, do that. And then for transition from idle to talking, no exit time is talking true. And then from that back to idle, no exit time, talking false. So talking true, talking false. And neither of those has an exit time. Okay. Set animation up for NPC with talk state. Done. Next, add script graph to NPC for them to handle talking. So we have Farmer Giles script. So I need to go on Gazella the Crone, add script machine, new, scripts, Gazella the Crone, Gazella the Crone, Gazella the Crone handles dialogue and animations for this NPC. Handles dialogue and animations for this NPC. Farmer Giles handles dialogue and animations for this NPC. Add the script graph to NPC for them to handle talking. So we're going to delete that. And we have an object variable. So what we need to do is copy that ink trigger 1. And we need to create a variable there, game object. And the ink trigger 1 is going to be ink event trigger Gazella 1. In visuals, right, add script graph to NPC. Right, so now if I just save again, we're going to go to Farmer Giles, we're going to come out of here, and we're going to copy all of that. We're going to go on Gazella, and we're going to paste it. So this section at the top, that just turns her back to idle when she's not talking. And then this handles the 2 triggers. So we're basically saying here, Task complete. So the first task, so when you start the game, task complete is on 0. When you help the woodsman, it goes up to task complete 1. Once you've helped the farmer, it goes up to TC2. It would only go up to TC3 when you've helped Gazella. So this needs to be TC2, quest in progress 1. And then on the pumpkins lifted, we would change that to herbs collected. And that needs to be 5 herbs collected. So the order of the quests, you need to chop 3 trees, you need to remove 4 pumpkins, you need to collect 5 herbs. So if task complete is 2 and you're currently on the next quest, if that's true and you haven't collected the herbs, then we'll show ink trigger 1. If you have collected all the herbs, we hide that trigger. Seriously, dude, what is it with you wanting to slay all of my NPCs? Crazy man. A crazy dude. Right, so this needs to be herbs collected 5. If herbs collected 5 is true, we show the second trigger. If it's not true, we don't show it. Okay, so that handles the state of both triggers being shown. In Visual Script, make sure trigger is toggled in active. Done that. And then what we need to do is on the inspector for that trigger, you notice it says NPC Giles start. This needs to be NPC Gazella start. So NPC Gazella start. So we've changed the not name that gets shown. Update the journal on PC graph based on the NPC variable status. So now what we need to do is we need to scroll up to our player graph and return to Mayor Beowulf. NPC E1. NPC E1. Okay. So we basically will copy this code and put that there. So what we're saying there is right, we need to put in the dialogue there, so Gazella the Crone has asked me to collect 5 moonlight herbs for her elixirs. Gazella the Crone has asked me to collect her. Gazella the Crone has asked me to collect her 5 moonlight herbs. Has asked me to collect 5 moonlight herbs for her elixir. crafting. The herbs can be found in the graveyard just north of the church. Once I've gathered the herbs, I need to speak with her. Right, paste that in there. So now what we've got, the quest journal is updated appropriately. So the quest log will now show what we need to do. So the player's informed. What's the ha-ha-ha for? Oh, was that in response to you wanting to slay all of my NPCs? To be honest, if you did that, you'd break the quest and the game. You'd be stuck in the world of the world. Okay. So now that we've implemented the first trigger box, we now need to put in the second for Gazella. And then once we've done that, we need to go into the code for the herbs and make sure that the way they're collected works. No, you can't. The only enemies you can kill are the skeletons, the cultists, and the priest. Ugh, I'm feeling tired now. Okay. Right, we need to put in the second trigger box, guys. And then once we put in the second trigger box, we can play through and check that it all works. Let's do this. So we're going to copy, then we're going to paste as a child, rename that to 2. Copy the ink trigger child, rename it, and then add the variable. So before I do that, I'm just going to go on here, copy that, and do ink trigger 2, game object, and just drop that over there. Right, so copy the ink trigger, rename it, done that, make a new script. So UI trigger Gazella 2, this is going to be. UI trigger Gazella 2. copy the script information from the previous graph. Okay, so for that one, I'm just going to copy it from there. So we're on Farmer Giles trigger 2. So we're going to put that on this one. Ugh. That works correctly. And then on here, we're going to say when we leave the box, if our task complete is 2, if it's 2, then we will set task complete to 3. So when you leave that box, it will update to task complete 3. Okay, so let me just have a look here. So set up, copy the script information. We've done that from the copy the script information from previous graph. Set animation up. Set animation up for NPC with talk state. We've done that. Add script graph to NPC. That's already on there. In Visual Script, make sure the trigger is toggled. So we've already got that in there. That is only shown once 5 herbs are collected. In VS, make sure trigger, yeah. So inspector for trigger, set narrative container as the not name. So on here, it's Gazella start. So it needs to be Gazella complete. So the first trigger is Gazella start. The second trigger is Gazella complete. Update journal on PC graph. Right, so now we need to update the journal. So this is where we copy this section here. And then that goes off of the false. And then a condition for this is going to be task complete 3. We're almost ready to test this work, guys. ready, guys. Imminent testing. I helped Gazella the crone by gathering some rare moonlight herbs. Don't push myself too fast. I'm not pushing myself, dude. I'm taking a steady pace. I'm double checking everything I do as I go, making sure naming's correct, there's no typos. Yeah, it's all going good. I helped Gazella the crone by gathering some rare moonlight herbs. She had troubling news about the town's priest, Athelstan, and asked me to deliver the message. Deliver the news. There we go. Thank you for your caring words, though. Appreciate that. Okay. Task 3. Okay, here we go. Right, last thing to do for this NPC is to just go into the code for the herbs and what we need to do actually, if we go on the pumpkin diseased, if we just copy that, come out of there, save, and go on to ABCDMO Moonlight Herb, and then if I were to paste that just there, so this functions the same as the other thing, so NPCE. So when we stay in the trigger and we press E, the next check is, have we talked to Gazella? If we have, it's allowed to do the next bit. We say we're lifting, we wait, we set the variable is lifting, and then we set the variable of is collected to true. And then we hide the herb, mesh renderer, there we go. Now what I can do, I can delete this one. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that writing and just paste that on there. Oh, is picking. So NPCE is picking, is collected, and then we can get rid of that one, and then we need to add this bool to the other herbs. So at the moment, we're on Moonlight Herb 1. So we just need to add to the other herbs. Okay, so Moonlight Herb 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, that is everything in there, I think, guys. It's time to test. Are you ready? Are you ready for the test? This is the moment you've been waiting for, guys. This is basically the last of the finicky jobs, because the 3 subtasks that the mayor gives you are kind of jobs, and they involve interacting with trees, pumpkins and plants. Now that those are out of the way, the only last remaining NPC is Priest Athelstan, and that's a combat fight. So there's not going to be any finicky stuff. It's going to be really easy. So save the project again, and here we go. Keep your fingers crossed, guys. I've spent a lot of time taking my time, making sure everything's done correctly. We're going to have our quest journal up. So if I just scoot ahead of him, I just want to check that I can't pick up the herbs. Oh, dude, leave it out. I just want to try and pick your herbs, mate. There we go. Whoa, shit. He almost got me. Woohoo! He came out of nowhere. Jesus. Did you see the speed? It's crazy, man. He literally just skid dived me. Like, that quest log looks so good. That text is really nice contrast against the dark colour there. Here we go. Next up, he's going to send us off to Giles. This feels so fun, guys. I'm not even joking. Right, so now we can talk to him. Okay, here we go. So what we're expecting when we talk to the mayor, he should send us off to the crone. So you see the quest log. I helped Farmer Giles remove the pumpkins. He said I should go back to the mayor and speak with him. News has travelled fast. There's 2 jobs I've helped you with now. Oh, Gazella the crone. Pay her a visit at her shack near the church. Okay. Quest log updates. I returned to the mayor. He was pleased again with the help I gave Farmer Giles, who's asked me to help one last villager, Gazella the crone. I can find her just east of the church. And there she is. Who goes there? Step closer and reveal yourself to me. I assume you must be Gazella the crone. No, kind sir. I am but a young maiden in need of rescue from my imprisonment. Do not be deceived by my looks. There is little of maidenhood about you. I suspect a cackle, an eye of newt, and lizard's tail mixed with a time-worn chant. Be wary of your tongue, boy, or you may end up in that cauldron over there as a slimy toad. That's the spirit. I knew you had it in you. But let us avoid all charms and spells and talk about the problem that ails you. Have you made a trip to the burial ground of late? What reason have I to trudge about where the spirits sleep? The realm is plagued with demons and beasts enough already. It is overrun with the dead, skeletons armed with blades in hand. I have been unable to gather the special ingredient for my finest elixirs. Why has the town guard not dealt with them? Surely they can manage a handful of skeletons. They tremble to their bones, forgive the pun. The men did speak of clearing them out, only for them to return. It bears the mark of necromancy. Tell me more of this ingredient you need. It is named the Moonlight Herb, a scarce plant that only grows near the departed. I require 5 to craft my elixirs. I will show the town guard how a real man confronts death face to face. Their numbers are greater than they seem, adventurer. In your absence, I shall do some digging into this necromancy. And alas, another pun! Oh my god! Oh, I love it! I love it so much! Right, so when we leave this trigger box, the quest log should update. Gazella the crone has asked me to collect 5 moonlight herbs for her elixir crafting. The herbs can be found in a graveyard just north of the church. Once I've gathered the herbs, I need to speak with her. Honestly, I'm so happy with the dialogue. And now we can pick them up. Oh, there was a little delay there. Oh, you shit. Oh, dude. Dude. Okay, so there's an ever so slight delay there on picking the herb and it disappearing. So we pick the herb. I can fix that, guys, not a problem. Is that 5? Have I got all of... Oh no, there's one more there. Right, so now what we're expecting to happen is when we talk to the crone, we should get the end dialogue, and then the quest log should update to say, I need to speak to the mayor. You succeeded. You fended off the undead and obtained the herbs. They were far from common skeletons. The one behind their summoning wields great and potent magic. Whilst you were away foraging, I discovered certain truths about the necromantic arts. Speak then. I have risked my hide for these rare herbs of yours. It turns out that our priest has been mingling with strangers from out of town, and not of the goodly kind. Whispers tell of demon worshippers. Could it be that the priest and his misbegotten kin are somehow entangled in these strange happenings within the town? I have a feeling that a danger far graver awaits you than the undead in the graveyard. Deliver this message to the mayor with haste. We leave there and the quest log is updated. I helped Gazella the Crone by gathering some rare moonlight herbs. She had troubling news about the town's priest Athelstan and asked me to deliver the news to Mayor Beowulf. I should find him near the town well. And then we go over here. And that is literally, that is flawless. The only thing is there's a slight delay with the herbs disappearing, but that's because I slightly altered the code. I basically destroyed the object, so the player... Oh, I know why it is, sorry, yeah. Right, so that everything works flawlessly. Like everything is bug free. Let me just, I've got a job to do for this. Add player death respawn. Fix herb delay. Second pick. That worked absolutely flawlessly, guys. How was it 6 o'clock? Oh, let me just check something, guys. Bear with me. Thank you, bro. Let's just quickly dive into the code for the herbs. Honestly, everything in this project is pretty much bug-free. Moonlight herbs. Let's have a look at the code and see why there's a second delay now. So we have a delay there. So when we pick the herb, we have a 4-second delay. After that, we turn picking off. And say it's been collected, and we hide the herb. And then the herb gets destroyed after we leave the trigger for it. 4-second delay. So what we need to do is check the animation length on the picking for the player. So if we go into our character folder for the PC, where is it? PC pick. So the animation for the PC pick is 3.367. So if I was to reduce that delay to 3 seconds, after which point the herb should turn invisible. So what we'll do is we'll just adjust that on the herb graph, and we'll say after 3 seconds, so you pick the herb after 3 seconds, because this is picking scene variable, handles the player's animation of picking, right? So, and then after that 3 seconds, the herb goes invisible and it will get destroyed from the game once the player leaves the trigger box. Right, we need to test that one more time with that small change done. This is so satisfying, just seeing everything working. I was so worried about implementing the narrative with ink. I really was worried about it not working. Now, I know that all of this can be done in 10 minutes. The game's meant to be a 10-minute game. It's like a vertical slice. And I know that this can be done in 10 minutes because I made it and I know the route. Speed run time. We should time it, shouldn't we? Oh shit, sorry, I've got to go back to the farmer. I do know where everything is. But to be fair, the players have a mini-map. They can see where the NPCs are on the mini-map. Like, everything is very clear. The quest journal tells you where to go as well, you know? Yes! That worked perfectly. Did you see that? Let's just kill some skellies. Bro. Shitbag. Dude, these skellies are kicking my ass. Oh shit! Oh shit! Got one. Oh my god, bro. Check that animation. Ready? We pick. Perfect. That, oh my god. Changing that to 3 seconds down from 4. Flawless. Watch. I think that's 5. They're cool, aren't they? My boys have already played this, so it'll be fun watching them play it. Right, I'm just gonna adjust that one more tiny bit. I'm gonna reduce the time down to 2 seconds. So that basically, I'm just fine tuning it. They're the only flower in the graveyard. Those moonlight herbs are the only flower in the graveyard, dude. I think. I'm pretty sure they are. And the quest log says, well, you know, when you talk to the NPC, it says you have to go over there and collect them. So it should be quite straightforward. So I know that we're having to go through the whole quest again to test it, but that's because we've got all of these, everything's functioning exactly as it should. It's already got a glow effect to, it's got an emission to one material on the flower. And they're not meant to be really huge, like they're not meant to be super large plants like it's a herb, it's smaller in size. Hey Turmo, welcome back dude. Didn't know you'd gone. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting to go back to talk to him. Right. Can you see in the graveyard there are no other flowers? Those moonlight herbs, they're the only flowers in there. Let's go! Oh my god, dude. I love the sound effect on them dying. Oh shit, I need to heal. I think I actually dodged. I'm pretty sure me dodging then just dodged the sword attack. God, they really kick ass when you get caught by them. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, we're gonna die, boy! We're gonna die, son! Oh, I need to wait for my heal. God damn. You're dead. Sorry, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, pray Melee. Yes, dude. Right, okay, so we changed the timer. Remember, it was on, originally it was on 4. We reduced it to 3. And it was still just ever so slightly off. So what we're expecting to happen is when we pick this up, we want the herb to kind of disappear at the point that the player's hand goes down. Perfect. That's one herb. Count with me, guys. 2. 3. 4. Oh my god, that timing on that is perfect. 5. Okay. I did just notice that last herb was slightly implanted in the ground, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make that right. Right. The animation and stuff and that was perfect. This, honestly guys, this feels so amazing. Wow. Not doing flax. Thank you, dude. I'm very happy. I'm super, super proud of it. Right, what was the herb? There was 1, 2, 3. I think it was the 4th one. So if we turn off the nav mesh, it's ever so slightly embedded in the ground. So I'm going to put that one there. And then we'll go to that one. See what I mean? That one's embedded in the ground as well. Which is weird. I'll just put that there. That one's fine. That one's fine. We've adjusted that one. Yeah, I know it's not. The ground is ever so slight. When I sculpted the terrain, this section was slightly raised, which is why the Y value is slightly different. The base of the plant, I made all of these plant models. The pivot point is literally dead center at that bottom part of the model. So that is... It has been done. Can you see that glow? You know you were asking about the glow. Can you see that? It's pretty cool, right? Okay, so we've adjusted the... What is that? Oh, it's the NPCs. I was like, what are those things down there? That's Athelstan, evil Athelstan. Okay. Right. Okay, right, let's think. Right, fix the herb delay. We fixed that. Okay. It's 6:16. I could do another hour. I can do another hour of dev. That's going to make this a 12-hour stream. Holy shit. That's ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. I'm having the best time. Like, honestly, having some idea in your head and seeing it come to life in front of you, just words can't describe it, you know. It's next level. I need a sip of my coffee. Okay, let's have a look at let's do an analysis of what's remaining. Dumrick, done. The woodsman, done. The farmer, done. The crone, done. The last bit to do is the priest. So we have Priest Athelstan good, and then Priest Athelstan evil. So what we need to do is we need to rename those, because what will happen, the way the code works at the moment, what the code does is it reads the object name and then it displays that in the dialogue box, and we don't want it to say Priest Athelstan good, Priest Athelstan evil. So what we will do is just delete that off and leave it as Priest Athelstan. I'm just hoping that won't conflict, having will that conflict, do you think, if we have two game objects with the exact same name? I don't think it's a good idea. Maybe I could do... Maybe we could... if we deleted off the good on Priest Athelstan, and then Priest Athelstan in brackets E, maybe, for evil. Awen, I didn't know you were still... Have you still been here? Or been radio silent? You don't think I should do that? Well, I can't have the Priest Athelstan good in the dialogue, because then the player's going to know, oh, is there an evil version? You know. A Don Marick. Okay. What am I doing, guys? Right, we're going to look at the folder with the dialogue trees. Okay. Mayor Beowulf. Mayor Beowulf has this last section to write. It's not long at all. We know it's short. That's not going to take long. Okay. And then the final bit is where you go back to him and you basically, depending on whether you let him live or die. So PA0, PA1, basically, yeah, basically, if it's 0, Priest Athelstan 0, that means he's dead. And then if you go down this route, this is where you let him live, because basically Athelstan gives you the option to, if you let him live, he will give you like a new ability, like to leech life from your enemies. He basically, because he's been corrupted by these evil priests, he's like, if you let me live, I'll teach you, I'll give you some knowledge from, you know, and give you a new ability to take the life from your enemies. So I thought that was quite a cool option. Like, really puts the player in a position of like, ooh, what do I want more? Money for quest reward or a new ability? What would you guys pick? Well, we can test it, Awen, and see if it works. Right, so we need to write this bit for the thingy. I just want to have a quick look at Priest Athelstan's. Okay, that's not too bad, actually. Well, when you let him live, you won't be able to kill him again. Like, if you choose the option to let him live. That would only work if I programmed it to work that way. Oh god. Right, so Priest Athelstan is going to have 1, 2, 3. Shit, hold on. How am I going to do this? Oh my god. Right, let me explain this one. Priest Athelstan, there are 2 instances of him. You have the good one by the church, you have the evil one in the mausoleum. The evil one in the mausoleum and the 2 cultists will be inactive and only appear when you're at TC3. So when TC equals 3, the character is hidden. The good character is hidden. The evil one is revealed. So you see how this flows around like this with the arrows all over the place. Basically, this is just general interaction with the NPC. Similar to Dumric on the second time you talk to him. And I'll show you that. You see over here on this side, if I just show you the chart, can you see that? They're basically, yeah, they're the same. So that's not going to take long to do at all. Think like think tank. So Priest Athelstan. I'm just trying to think how to do this. So basically, we have 1 trigger, 2 trigger. Well, actually, no, I don't even need to do it. No, I would, or wouldn't I? I think I'm just going to do it as different triggers. I find it easier doing it that way. Another way of doing this is I could basically change the knock name in the inspector for the game object of the character. But I've done all the other characters with 5 individual, well, multiple trigger boxes, and that's been working perfectly fine. So we would just toggle the visibility of those based on the status of task complete. So if right, oh god, right, this is the one, the trigger box, the 3rd trigger box. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4th trigger box would be the one that initiates and makes him hostile, because in the code, I don't know if you guys remembered, I put in a boolean to say is hostile. So that would be the gateway to allowing the combat to take place. And to make it fair on the player, you know the combat room, Awen, you're very familiar with the combat room in the Mausoleum. You know how big those radiuses are for, you know, where they start shooting you. If we were to put the trigger box the same size as all the other NPCs, then if you got that close to him and then straight after combat's initiated, like, you're going to get your ass whooped. You're going to get hit with 3 fireballs straight away and lose about 1/3 of your life. So for that one, we need to make sure that the trigger box is a good size. So like I say, this is going to be super easy to do on the graph. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4. NPC E. So basically, this is like the evil side. So I'm wondering if these 2 branches, because these are technically 2 different branches, but it's like evil Athelstan start, evil Athelstan beat. Those are the 2. That section here can be in 2 different knots. And then we'll just, so if we just do 1, 2, 3, 4 triggers, and then okay, I've got this. Right, let's do this. Let's do this. Yes, I'm pumped for this. Got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. You could have Evil Stan be a completely different object. It's Athelstan, dude. Hold on, have I spelt that right? Yes. No, you made me spell it wrong, dude. It's Athelstan. You made me spell it wrong. Ethelstan. That's your fault. Okay. Right, shall we get in the 4th trigger box for the mayor? Oh, we need to write it first. Oh shit, sorry, I just need to put my bin out, guys. Hold on. 1 second. God, definitely need that bin emptying before it's Christmas. You know what it's like with opening presents and all the recycling you get from the wrapping paper. Like, if I missed that bin today, my God, it'd be overflowing. Evil Stan, and you can't change my mind. All right, dude, it's all cool. You can give him that kind of name. Right. So we need to go. Let's save the project. Right. So I need to get up my dialogue for what's his name, the mayor. So we've done that one. Okay. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 4th. Guys, we have fucking smashed this today. I'm sorry for the language. We have literally smashed this out of the park. You gotta admit, Awen, you've literally been watching this whole journey from modelling all of the models in Blender to implementing everything in Engine. Like, how's it been watching this? Because you've literally seen a lot of this progress. Have you enjoyed the journey? Has it been enlightening? Yeah. Oh, honestly, especially in Blender with the amount of hotkeys, crazy, dude. Right, so Beowulf 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, and then we need to go up the top, and I think it's that one. Beowulf 4, 4. Okay, so that's all in there. So now we're just look how small that is compared to the other NPCs. I have heard from folk that a fresh supply of elixirs are being brewed as we speak. Thank you for helping Gazella. We owe you a great debt. You are also walking away from this project having learned a chunk of several fields. What fields off the top of your head? Because I'm really in dev mode at the moment, and I know I know especially in the modelling and stuff. But yeah, I mean I've I think this is the first project where I've really had a lot of melee combat, and even the magic. The magic's not perfect. It is fun. It does work. But yeah, I think one of my favourite mechanics is the melee combat with the skeletons and the healing ability and stuff. I have heard from folk that a fresh supply of elixirs are being brewed as we speak. Thank you for helping, Gazella. We owe you a great debt. You sure as hell do. I risked my backside for a handful of weeds. But there is a far graver threat. Your priest. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I had done... Yeah, animation triggers I've not done before. In my previous 2D platformer I made, I don't think I used triggers for that. And to be honest, the triggers are super useful for one-time things like swinging a sword or healing. So I can definitely see the advantages of using that. Animation events, I'm really grateful to you for showing me that. That has helped a lot for quite a few mechanics. So yeah, there has been a lot I've learned on this project. And the great thing is, all of my game dev streams I post to YouTube. So I know some of them are really, really long, but you know, I'm slowly getting subscribers on there, and people, this whole stuff I'm doing, some other people might benefit from it. Like for Unity, there are barely any visual scripting tutorials online, and obviously I purely work in Visual Script and Unity. Same for Ink. Like I don't know how many people use Ink, but I've gotten the grasp of this now, and you've seen it in Engine functioning, and yeah, it's just, I just feel like it's cool documenting my progress and learning through game dev, but also other people can benefit from it, you know. Oh, cheers, dude. You don't have to. It's more, my YouTube channel is just more an archive of all the live streams, so people can watch them back. If there was something that they saw me do or want to know how I did it, it's all there. All the code, I don't hide anything. Like, you literally see what I'm making, so it's always going to be there. Right, you sure as hell do. I risked my backside for a handful of weeds, but there is a far graver threat. Your priest. The undead were no match for my blade, but I bear news of your priest. It seems he has turned to the dark side. It seems he has turned to the dark side. And no, that is not a Star Wars reference. I'm not a Star Wars fanboy. I like Star Wars, but I'm not a fanboy like, you know, the crazy people that are just love it. Priest Athelstan. Where is he? Priest, you got me worried about my spelling of his name now. Priest Athelstan. Priest Athelstan? Surely not. My greatest fears have come to pass. 1, 2, 3. Priest Athelstan, surely not. My greatest fears have come to pass. Oh. Oh, that threw me off. There isn't two options here. Priest Athelstan, surely not. Put aside your fears and steady yourself, man. Oh shit, I got rid of the bracket. Put aside your fears and steady yourself, man. Gazella has spoken of the priest being seen in the company of heretics, devil worshippers from beyond the town. Okay, Mr. Solo, thanks for tuning in, dude, and it's been great having you with me. I hope you've enjoyed it. I will be back tomorrow night, or, well, later today, after I've had a sleep. I will be back for more, and hopefully by that point it will be doing the UI, the main menu and the pause menu, and then the game's done. So thank you very much for following. I mean, I know you've been a follower. I mean, thank you for tuning in. Take care, have a nice day, and I will see you whenever you're next about. Right, put aside your fears and steady yourself, man. Gazella has spoken of the priest being seen in the company of heretics, devil worshippers from beyond the town. And then we're not having that option. So that would go there, and then delete that one. There we go. Never. Oh, hold on. Put aside your fears. Truth be told, the town guard have seen Athelstan enter the mausoleum with hooded figures. Truth be told, the town guard have seen Athelstan enter the mausoleum with hooded figures. Truth be told, right, and then we go, right, so truth be told, da-da-da-da-da, and then I say, I can't believe I am asking this. What will you have me do? And then we do that, and then that would go on there. And then that will go there, and then that will go there. I can't believe I am asking this. What will you have me do? Now is the chance to bloody your blade. Remove him from our lands. His betrayal has tainted this town and the Holy Church. I never thought I would hear you say those words. Consider it done. Music to my ears. When I return, I expect a hefty pouch of coin. Okay, so we do that and then we say that. Have your guard about you. Um, Be careful, adventurer. The mausoleum. Be careful, adventurer. The mausoleum is be careful, adventurer. The mausoleum. Be careful, adventurer. The mausoleum. Okay. Oh, here we go. Have you dealt with Priest Athelstan? NPC Beowulf second 4. Have you dealt with Priest Athelstan? I'm working on it. Come and speak to me once you're done. Where can I find the priest? Where can I find the priest again? He headed into the mausoleum just northeast of the church. He headed into the mausoleum just northeast of the church. Okay, right, let's do the thing at the top. Oh wait, I've already done it. Right, now we should be able to test it. Okay. Right. This is ready to add the fourth box for what's his face. Okay, we're going to add in the fourth box now. Right, so copy the trigger child, rename it, done that, make a new script. So this is going to be UI trigger Beowulf 4. UI trigger Maya 4. UI trigger Maya Beowulf 4. Okay, so we've made the new script. Now we need to copy the script from this one. Okay, so once you leave that first trigger, we're going to say the quest is in progress, because all the other ones do the same, quest in progress. Right, copy the script information, done that. Set animation up for NPC, done that. Add script graph to NPC for them to handle talking. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. TC3. So trigger 4 active, ink trigger 4. TC2, TC3. So we have 2 and 3. Trigger 3 active, trigger 4. Okay, so in Visual Script, make sure the trigger is toggled based on the state, and then we need to go into the inspector. 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. NPC Beowulf underscore start underscore 4. We've put in the not name. Update the journal on PC graph based on the variable status. Think, Mike. Think, mate. Think. Oh my god. So when you leave that trigger, that goes to 1. One, two, three, 4. Okay, so this is TC3, quest in progress 1, and we're going to copy that. I'll return to mobile, right, okay. After helping Gazella the Crown gather her herbs, after helping Gazella the Crown oh, hold on. What does this one say? I returned to Mayor Beowulf and informed him of the priests. I returned to Mayor Beowulf and informed him of the priests. Dangerous mixings? I returned to Mayor Beowulf with the news of Priest Athelstan. I returned to Mayor Beowulf with the news of Priest Athelstan. The bad news. mayor has asked me to confront him and his delinquents. Companions? The mayor has asked me to confront him and his The mayor has asked me. The mayor has given me. The mayor is. The mayor has given me one last task. To remove the priest by all means, by any means necessary. I can find him in the depths of the mausoleum. Northeast of the church. I can find him in the depths of the mausoleum, northeast of the church. So that okay, so in here that currently says about the crone. So we're now going to paste that in there. And then, so that should now be fully implemented. 3021, 3031. So now, if we were to follow through with the dialogue, basically we just need to test that. That should now be functioning. So this is going to be the last run through, just testing, and then I'm going to have to call the stream because I have university. Oh my god. Synonyms. Yeah, I was thinking associates, followers, cultists, delinquents. Oh no. Oh shit. Okay, this is the bit we're testing right now. When we bump into him, we should get the dialogue about the oh, what is it? Oh my god, the dialogue for, hold on. Oh, Lackeys would have been a good one. So when we talk to him, we should get the dialogue for confronting him, and the quest log should update. Yes! I returned to Mayor Beowulf with the bad news about Priest Athelstan. The Mayor has given me one last task, to remove the priest by any means necessary. I can find him in the depths of the mausoleum, northeast of the church. Guys, the whole quest line, the whole functionality is flawless. There are no faults with it. Everything, the order, the blocks to stop the player jumping ahead and doing things like picking things or chopping things when they shouldn't be allowed to. All of those blocks and restrictions are in place. All of the flow is absolutely flawless. Like, this is phenomenal. What an amazing sesh. You know what that means? That is the priest standing in front of the church. Good observation there, dude. I will explain what is remaining just quickly. So what we just put in... Oh shit, I didn't do that bit. Oh, sorry, let me just test that one more time. No. Well, I have him when you're setting it up, and I have done that when you obviously move it around in scene, but not during gameplay. I don't want to do anything like that. Sorry, I needed to check that when we talked to. I know I checked the dialogue for the mayor after we'd done the herb quest. What I didn't check was talking to him again, because obviously you have the repeat option after you've. Like, if you were to talk to him again, I just needed to check that quickly, and then we're going to call the stream, and I'll quickly just go for a run through of what's remaining, and there is not a lot remaining at all. I love these pumpkins I modelled. They might be one of my favourite models. I'm really happy with them. They look great. I don't even want to rotate them. Like, I like how they're kind of neat and organised. Like, I know pumpkins don't grow neat and organised, but, you know, if it was a farmer's field full of wheat or crops or whatnot, you know, they tend to be in unison, you know, like the way they grow. So, like, I want to keep... I'm happy leaving them like they are. Right, here we go. We're going to get the herbs. Oh no. Whoa! Oh, he's running off. I love it when they do that. That wasn't an intended development thing. Just very rarely they might do that. They might, like, run off. It actually does kind of feel a bit realistic as well. It does, doesn't it? Like, it's very rare that they do that, but sometimes I think it's to do with like their sensing, the code I put in there. Like, it's only happened a few occasions, but in a lot of games, if you get an enemy to low health, they retreat. Like, I didn't even program that in. It's just somehow they sometimes do that. Right. We talk to him, and then we get the quest updated. If we talk to him again, he's going to say, have you dealt with the priest? Have you dealt with the priest? I'm working on it. Perfect. Right. Flawless. Absolutely flawless. Let me quickly give you a run through of what's remaining, guys. So, there is one last section for the... for the mayor. And basically... this would essentially need another 2 boxes. Oh, no, actually, no. Yes, no. Yes, it will. I know that they're a single line, but essentially... essentially, once task 4 is complete, so when you've beaten the priest, we would set that variable, and then when you speak to the mayor for the last time, depending on if TC4 and PA is 0, that would open trigger 5, and then if it was the other one, it'd be trigger 6. So yeah, that's basically yeah, so that's all that's left for the mayor. Very simple. We don't have any options for any return dialogue because that is the end of the game. I think you bugged when you dipped out just out of the aggro range and long enough for it to pick a location. Well, let's not call it a bug. Let's call it an intended feature. Oh. Right, so that is the last section for the mayor. And then if I get up the priest, this is the last one to do. Let me explain what's going on here, guys. We have different branches, okay? And we have two different states. So it's confusing because we have two variants of the model. We have the good model and the evil model. And up here, we're basically saying if NPC E is 0, then we will do all of these. So we would have a Boolean with an if branch with an and Boolean statement to say if NPC E equals 0 and TC is 0, then we will show the fucking hell, what's it called? What's it called, dude? The trigger, event trigger, we will do that. And that will repeat along here. And then when we get to TC3, basically after TC2, hold on. TC3. 1 second. TC3. When we leave that one, hold on a minute. When we go to Gazella the Crone, we set 3 and 0. So Gazella the Crone, the last kind of mini quest, Gazella the Crone, we say 3 and 0. And then when we go to the Mayor 4, we're setting the quest active. So then, right, so yeah, essentially it's going to be 1, 2, 3, and then this section here is going to be 4. So it's going to be 4 trigger boxes, sorry, 4 event triggers, 1, 2, 3, and then 4. And that will handle the dialogue for the priest. And what we would do is for 0, 1, and 2, we will have for 0, 1, 2. Sorry, 0, 1, and 2, we would have those trigger boxes on the good monk. And then once the player leaves the mayor, we would basically set the monk as inactive.